Thank you everyone for doing the honors. Now it's time for the Kulgeet. I would like to request all the audience members not to operate the mobile phones, maintain the discipline in the meantime, and remember the Almighty God.
निर्माणों के पावन युग में हम चरित्र निर्माण न भूले, स्वार्थ साधना की आंधी में वसुधा का कल्याण न भूले। निर्माणों के पावन युग में माना अगम अगाध सिंधु है, संघर्षों का पार नहीं है। माना अगम अगाध सिंधु है, संघर्षों का पार नहीं है, किंतु डूबना मझधारों में साहस को स्वीकार नहीं है, साहस को स्वीकार नहीं है। जटिल समस्या सुलझाने को नूतन अनुसंधान न भूले, वसुधा का कल्याण न भूले। निर्माणों के पावन युग में शील विनय आदर्श श्रेष्ठता, तारे बिना झंकार नहीं है। शील विनय आदर्श श्रेष्ठता, तारे बिना झंकार नहीं है। शिक्षा क्या स्वर साध सकेगी यदि नैतिक आधार नहीं है, यदि नैतिक आधार नहीं है। कीर्ति कौमुदी की गरिमा में संस्कृति का सम्मान न भूले, वसुधा का कल्याण न भूले। निर्माणों के पावन युग में
the journey so far of School of Business in the world of sustainability, we have had the best of industry leaders sharing their thoughts and ideas in these symposiums. We have thus become an accepted platform for industry academia collaboration, with 3 of the 4 programs having had knowledge partnership association with ESG Risk.ai, Climate Collective, and now Equity Group of Companies. We are proud to have Equity Group of Companies, Equity Rating and Research, ESG Risk.ai, and Samera Rating Agency as knowledge partner for the symposium. And we are delighted to have Mr. Suman Chaudhary, Executive Director and Chief Analytical Officer, Equity Rating and Research, physically present among us today. We also have Rakesh sir with us, physically present here. Let's have a second slide, please. This was the symposium we had. Please switch to the second slide. Second, please. The next one. These are the guests and the panel members we have today. So these are the guests we will be having in the event today.
Now, to inaugurate the program, we would like to call upon stage Dr. Rajiv Mathur, Director, Modi University of Science and Technology. He is a dynamic personality and a constant motivational source for students and is a blessing for all of us. We welcome you, sir.
Dear Suman Chaudhary sir, Rakesh ji, Dean School of Business, faculty members, and dear students. First, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Suman sir, Rakesh ji, and all those who will be joining us online. Because without their presence, it would not have been possible for us to conduct something like this. I welcome all of you on behalf of our management, Chairman Shri R.P. Modi sir, and other governing body members and the staff of Modi University. The topic is very relevant and one of the highest priority of Government of India. I'll like to take the conservative approach, or I like to catch the word sustainable. We Indians always have this approach of sustainable. We very few that we go for a sinusoidal wave. Sinusoidal wave is like this. हम ये चाहते हैं कि हमारी लाइफ इस तरह से चले, ना तो एकदम से ऐसी हो, ना कभी ऐसी हो. So, I'll request all the participants today कि the solution which we are going to give with this symposium should all have sustainable effects. They should not be overnight success. They should be sustainable success. All the outcomes of this symposium should be in such a manner that in a gradual way, but we come to a concrete solution. This is effort from lab to land, what we say. So all the discussions should be in such a manner that we can, the report will be going to Government of India and UGC, everybody. So I want the solutions should not be overnight success, but the solution should be such that they have an impact for coming all the years. I'd like to share one thing that I'd like to take this opportunity to give a big round of applause to Dean Asobi, because it is only because of his trump card relationships that we can rope in such big names here. To call Sumanji to this remote place, to call Rakeshji second time to this remote place is really all thanks to Anirban sir. So thank you so much, sir. Please continue with the same effort. I wish you all the luck for this symposium. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. You've always been there to motivate us. Dr. Anirban Sen Gupta brings in 3 decades of rich industry and academic leadership experience with highly respected organizations like CRISIL, Fitch Ratings, Administrative Staff College of India, UPES Dehradun, Goa Institute of Management, ISB and M Pune. He has donned multiple hats of Vice President, Director, Dean, Executive Director across industries and functions, and have seen the world of business from both sides of an academic and practitioner. He has also received as visiting and adjunct faculty with IIM Indore, IIM Kozhikode, ex-IIM Bhubaneswar, University of Antwerp, Belgium, and was recipient of Devang Mehta Best Teacher in Retail Management Award in 2009. So we welcome you on the stage.
A very good morning to you all those who are joining online and offline. Respected Chairman Sir, Director Sir, Suman Sir, Rakesh Sir, all invited speakers, faculty members, dear students, and all participants who are connected today with us through Zoom. Welcome you all to this one-day symposium on financing India's sustainable growth, challenges and the way forward. Sustainability and sustainable finance are the 2 key words for the day, which I want to use to lay the context of how, as a business school, we get seamlessly connected with the corporate world. Getting sustainability at the core of our business studies. That's the first point. We from the School of Business, we started this journey into the world of sustainability exactly a year back from now, that is November 2021, when our Prime Minister at COP26 declared that we as a country will attain net zero by the year 2070. As a business school, we started from ground zero with passion for learning being our only strength. And exactly today, 1 year down the line, this happens to be the 4th symposium that we are conducting as a School of Business. We have launched a new specialization in the field of sustainability management in our B-School programs. We have reached out to so many corporate heads in the field of sustainability and business transformation and have learned so much from them in the course of this last 1 year. Sustainability and ESG have become the buzzwords in the corridors and classrooms of School of Business. Our faculty members and scholars, PhD scholars, they are doing their various studies in various areas of sustainability and sustainability management and ESG. Every student of our School of Business today know about the critical issues facing our planet Earth and are all charged up to play their bit in addressing this crisis. Sustainability has thus truly got into the core of our business school, just as it is at the core of any business function and business process in the corporate world today. Coming to the second point, sustainable finance. We are taking a deep dive into the world of sustainable finance today. The symposium on this sustainable finance today happens at a very crucial time when there are three things happening at a global level. Number one, the COP27 program is happening from November 6th to November 27th, as you all know, and that is where the world heads, the heads of 200 countries of the world, have got together and breaking their heads on some of the key issues of sustainability with a very much focus on the field of sustainable finance, climate finance. This is point one. Point two, the G20 summit is taking off exactly 2 days from now, and where also the issue of transitioning to sustainable power sector is being one of the key issues, and for which again the issue of sustainable finance is going to come in a very big way. And the number 3 point is the fact that we as a country, we are going to go ahead, we are in the process of planning to launch our first country level sovereign sustainable bonds by the year March 2023. These three developments are happening at a time globally and at a country level, and that is exactly when our symposium on sustainable finance is actually positioned. Thus, I am very happy to share that while this is the context, this is the background, this is the timing, in terms of our students who till a couple of days back, this whole batch who is sitting here, were more into the world of debit and credit, today are familiar very much with the terms of green bond, social bond, sustainability linked bonds, ESG ratings, blue bonds, climate finance, sustainable finance. The symposium today brings together 9 stalwarts from the cross section of finance and climate to discuss, debate on the challenges of financing our country's sustainable growth and throw light on the way forward. I am sure a lot of thoughts and ideas are going to come out of this particular program as a key takeaway for the students, the practitioners, the faculty members, the scholars, the policymakers, all stakeholders. Along with Suman sir, who is present with us, we are delighted also to have Rakesh sir, who is physically present to us. He is present here to to discuss some of the key issues of this particular theme as part of the panel discussion with 5 of the stalwart speakers who are sitting here. We are all very excited to listen, to hear, to learn from these 9 speakers who are there with us for the full day. So with that, let me stop here, and we along with you guys, let's hear, listen and learn from the specialists. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Indeed, it is a great start to the session.
So now, I would like to give you all a brief run-through of all the events and the activities we will be having throughout the event.
The flow of symposium includes address by the chief guest, Mr. Rohit P. Das, Regional Director, Reserve Bank of India, Rajasthan, followed by keynote address by Ms. Shilpa Gulrajni, Head of Corporate Development and Sustainability, Asia Pacific, BNP Paribas.
Address by distinguished speaker Mr. Suman Chaudhary, Executive Director and Chief Analytical Office, Acute Rating and Research, and with the respective panelist Mr. Ashok Imani, Principal ESG, National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, Ms. Smitha Hari, Senior Vice President, Octus ESG, Mr. Vaibhav Pratap Singh, Energy and Climate Finance, Senior Program Lead, Council for Energy, Environment and Water, Mr. Labanya Prakash Jeena, Regional Climate Finance Advisor, Indo-Pacific Region, the Commonwealth Secretariat, Mr. Sandeep Bhattacharya, Advisor Climate Change, DOSH Juzal Safte for Internationally Juzamenabit, as abbreviated as GIZ. The panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Rakesh Bhutoria, ex-MD, Standard Chartered Bank Fellow IOD, Shiving Scholar, Philanthropy and Development Sector, Sky Blue Fellow.
After that, we will be conducting a short quiz competition among the students of School of Business on the topic Sustainability and ESG.
So we would like to show you all a short video on Rohit P. Das. So,
whole picture together, recycling is the right thing to do. With this thought, we School of Business welcomes Sir Rohit P. Das among us. He worked in the Department of External Investment and Operation. He established the enterprise risk management. When you put the whole picture together, recycling is the right thing to do. With this thought, we School of Business welcomes Sir Rohit P. Das among us. He worked in the Department of External Investment and Operation. He established the enterprise risk management in the Reserve Bank. He was the senior supervisory manager for the Kotak and the IDFC Group. He is presently a regional director in Reserve Bank of India, Rajasthan, and responsible for the smooth conduct of Reserve Bank's operation. Reserve Bank of India, which was established in 1931, Kolkata. The Sustainable Finance Group SFG in the Department of Regulation, RBI carried out a survey in January 2022 to assess the status of climate risk and sustainable finance in leading scheduled commercial banks. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Rohit P. Das on stage for sharing his experience and brilliant thoughts on sustained finance.
We welcome you, sir. He has joined. The discussion will be start in some time.
Yeah, but then is there any image? Now I can see my name, but is there any image I get? My video is on.
There is no this thing for a video here.
Where? How do I switch on? I don't have the rights to switch on the thing. The video will have to be switched on by you,
Now,
joiners, panelists. Yeah. Good. Can you hear me? Okay, wonderful. Good morning, Dr. Arniban. I hope you can hear me. Okay, so I am presuming that all of you can hear me, so I will proceed on the talk, though I have not got a response. Okay. So good morning, Dr. Arniban, my fellow speakers and the faculty and students of Modi University. Thank you for inviting me as the chief guest to the symposium, which focuses on this very challenging public policy issue, financing India's sustainable growth challenges and the way forward. It's truly an honor and a privilege. But let me warn you first of all that if any of you are looking at me for answers, you are looking at listening to the wrong speaker. Today I come here only armed with some crucial issues which need to be flagged, and given that I'm not working in the associated policy space within the Reserve Bank, some of the personal thoughts on the way forward given my experience of working in the public policy space of the past 25 years. Now, to break down this really challenging subject, let me first of all separate it into two questions. What constitutes sustainable growth for India? And the second is, once we are able to answer the question, we can address the relatively easier question as how it will be financed. Generally, one tends to associate the term sustainable growth and development with environment-friendly and climate risk mitigating actions. Let me illustrate this. This, I believe, is a narrow perspective, and let me illustrate this point further. In 2015, there were two historic developments which took place. First, the Paris Agreement, a legally binding international treaty on climate change, which was adopted by COPs 21 by 196 countries, with the goal to limit global warming to well below 2%, preferably to below 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. Second, the second agreement, historic agreement which was signed, was the UN adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which sets out 17 sustainable development goals which recognize that ending poverty, hunger, and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our ocean and forests. When Dr. Anirban was finalizing the subject of the symposium, I presume he had the latter, that is the UN 2030 agenda, in mind while defining sustainable growth. If not, I will be speaking on the wrong subject today.
No, sir. I mean, you are just on track. You are perfectly on track, sir.
Right, good. That's a relief, because I was a little worried if you wanted for me to speak only on green finance. But anyway, irrespective, and thanks to your clarification, let me stick to my path and discuss how India is to achieve the 2030 agenda on sustainable development. Unfortunately, we observe that India continues to face major challenges in achieving 11 of the 17 SDGs, including elimination of hunger, good health, decent work, and economic growth. I reiterate, 11 out of the 17 SDGs. In 3 other SDGs relating to poverty, affordable and clean energy, and reducing inequalities, significant challenges have remained. Incidentally, India is poised to achieve its SDG targets only in 2 areas, one of which, interestingly, is climate action. For these reasons, India's position in global ranking in this index has fallen from 117 in 2020 to 120 in 2021, and now to 121 in 2022. Of course, let me clarify that this is not due to the lack of trying on the part of the government and the sovereign, but the impact of COVID, which hit India much more than others. Irrespective, we will have to make up for these last 2 years, the lost 2 years. In such a scenario, it would be meaningless to discuss sustainable growth if it is not discussed in the context of economic, social, and environmental considerations. That brings me to the question as why is it important to discuss growth in economic, social, and environmental context rather than focusing on the single biggest threat humanity is facing, that is climate change? Simply because it will be meaningless to discuss a growth trajectory for India. There's an echo there.
To have a look at it.
Discuss a growth strategy for India which makes the world safer, but a majority of Indians remain poor. As India accounts for more than 1/6 of the world's population, that is not sustainable growth. At some stage, we will again have to provide this huge segment of human society which has been left behind with economic security, which will again trigger climate change. The second reason we cannot look at environmental issues in isolation is that all aspects of humanity and the earth systems, economic, social, and environmental systems, are complexly interlinked. You cannot focus on one aspect in the hope that your actions will not impact the other ecosystems. The failure to understand interlinkages is one of the biggest causes of failure of public policy actions the world over. Third, the financial resources required for mitigating and adapting to climate change are so huge that there is no way India can truly afford these if they are not integrated into India's growth strategy. So keeping all these 3 factors in mind, I am sticking with the thing that how do we bring about sustainable growth as defined in the UN 2030 agenda. Now, the question is about how do we finance this growth? To answer the question, first of all, let us see how much finance is actually required to finance India's sustainable growth. Let me take the narrow perspective first by focusing on climate-related expenditures. In 2015, India submitted its intended national determined contribution to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which comprised of 8 goals, 3 of which set quantitative targets up to 2030. In COP26 held at Glasgow last year, India updated its NDC into enhanced climate targets and presented 5 nectar elements, the Panchamrit of India's climate action. The update also includes India's step towards achieving long-term goal of reaching net zero emissions by 2070. Even if we look at the funding requirements for meeting the Paris Agreement, the numbers are mind-boggling. According to reports, the estimated amount required to achieve India's NDC under the Paris Agreement was approximately 162.5 lakh crores. That's 2.5 trillion from 2015 to 2030, or roughly 11 lakh crores or 170 billion US dollars per year. The current tracked green finance in India in 2019 and 20 represents approximately 25% of the total requirement across sectors just to meet the NDCs. This accounts for mitigation only. Adaptation flows are even more muted. If we update the India's financing requirements to meet the Glasgow commitments, India would need cumulative investments up to the tune of 716 lakh crores or 10.1 trillion to significantly scale up climate transition and achieve net zero emissions by 2070. This includes total investment pertaining to electricity, generation, integration, transmission and distribution, hydrogen production and vehicle manufacturing. These gigantic sums can be raised at viable cost only if the climate change related expenses are fully integrated into India's development strategy. This is especially true when one sees that domestic sources continue to account for the overwhelming majority of green finance within India. 87% in 2019 and 83% in 2020 respectively. India has in fact been consistently reporting on constraints and gaps and related financial, technical and capacity building needs at international forums. These constraints and disappointments include postponement of the target date from 2020 to 2025 for the annual 100 billion contribution by the advanced economies to the developing economies to help fight climate change set at Copenhagen. Other shortcomings in international support also include lack of transparency in reporting, the predominance of loans over grants, and the skewed emphasis on mitigation in contrast to adaptation to climate change. While these numbers are mind-boggling, may I remind the audience that these sums mentioned here only pertain to the climate action targets, which India has set for itself. It is in no way represents the amount required to meet the 17 self-development goals set as a part of UN's August 2030 agenda, which has been accepted by India. That requirement, in my personal view, is so large that it cannot be reliably calculated. We will have estimates, but the reliability of those estimates are open to question. And if we cannot reliably assess a requirement, it is very difficult to discuss how it will be funded. So given this very challenging picture I have painted for financing India's sustainable growth story, what should you as the students of Modi University you as the builders of unicorns, wizards of finance, and the dynamic and honest policymakers of the future, AMAC. My thoughts in this matter are very simple. Our objective should not be to grow in a sustainable manner, but to grow in an exponential manner, which is inclusive and yet environmentally friendly manner. There is no other way other than this. We owe it to the crores of Indians who live below or live close to the poverty lines. We owe it to the millions who have fallen below the poverty line due to COVID. We owe it to our future generations. So how do we bring about this economic miracle? Let me refresh you on Nassim Taleb's philosophy, which I agree to a great extent, that humanity has been shaped by black swan events. And let me tell you that there can be no bigger black swan event than climate change. In the light of the almost overwhelming challenges, India will have to do what is known as a pivot. Turn the climate change crisis into an opportunity. In my personal thing, I reiterate, there is no other way about it. India is in fact counted among the most vulnerable countries to climate change globally. According to the IPCC's 6th assessment report, India will face climate change related extreme scenarios on almost all fronts: rising sea levels, groundwater scarcity, extreme weather patterns, fall in crop production, and health hazards. Climate change and rising demand would lead to at least 40% of India's population living with water scarcity by 2050, compared with 33% today. Almost paradoxically, it is expected that both the Ganges and the Brahmaputra river basins will witness increased flooding, while rising sea levels could engulf parts of our densely populated coastal regions, particularly if global warming crosses 1.5 degrees Celsius. In fact, climate change is already upon us. A report of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, has concluded that since the middle of the 20th century, India has witnessed a rise in average as well as extreme temperature, a decrease in monsoon precipitation, a rise in droughts and sea levels, as well as increase in frequency and intensity of severe cyclones. Nearly 70% of India's population living in rural areas directly depend upon climate-sensitive sectors: agriculture, forests, and fisheries. And natural resources such as water, biodiversity, mangroves, coastal zones, grasslands for their subsistence and livelihoods. Climate change, unless we respond to the situation, will be a disaster for them. The frequency of heat waves, floods, and droughts have increased manifold, and any further increase in weather-related disasters may cripple livelihood and the economy of the country. The Global Risk Perceptions Report 2022 of the World Economic Forum has identified climate action failure as the #1 long-term threat to the world. My personal take is that climate action failure is almost inevitable till just before the point of no return. And why do I say that? Because climate change is a public good. So it will always be challenged by the free rider problem on a global scale. Ironically, some of the largest free riders are the advanced economies who haven't paid for the environmental pollution which their development process has caused, as I'm given to understand that the carbon dioxide generated during their industrial revolution centuries back continue to be trapped in the atmosphere, thereby contributing to global warming even today. Coming back to my point now on India needing to pivot, or to put it in other terms, use climate change or climate change action as an inflection point in its development story. India must lead the charge in terms of technological developments in the field of climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as re-engineering our lives in anticipation of the climate volatility in the future. Fortunately, this pivot has already begun in certain ways in India. In the Glasgow CO COP26 meeting, India propagated the concept of LIFE, the acronym for Lifestyle for Environment, which represents a healthy and sustainable way of living based on traditions and values of conservation and moderation, thereby combating climate change. India has also maintained its strong performance in the Climate Change Performance Index, holding 10th position. India's performance has been rated high in the greenhouse gases emission, energy use, and climate policy categories, and rated as medium in renewable energy. India has progressively decoupled its economic growth from greenhouse emissions with the emission intensity of GDP reducing by 24% between 2005 and 2016, ahead of its 2020 timeline. Moreover, India's mitigation actions have largely been implemented through its own resources, without any significant support from developed countries in terms of climate finance, technology, or capacity building. To reduce overall intensity and improve energy efficiency of the economy over time, and at the same time protect the vulnerable sectors of the economy and society, India has integrated various elements of its climate agenda within its national development priorities through ministry-level budgets and state-sponsored schemes at both the central and state levels. Some of the recent policy measures include the push for electric and public-private transport, tax concessions and incentives such as PLI scheme for promotion of manufacturing and adoption of renewable energy, the launch of the National Hydrogen Mission, which incorporates the goal to make India a global hub for green hydrogen production and export, supplementing fossil-based fuels with renewables in the energy mix, the net zero budget target by 2030 of the Indian Railways, which alone will lead to a reduction of 60 million tons annually. India's massive LED bulb campaign, which is reducing emissions by 40 million tons annually. To provide energy and water security, de-dieselize the farm sector and generate additional income for farmers by producing solar power. The government has also incentivized micro irrigation through interest-free loans for efficient irrigation. This is an area that falls closely within our purview, the use of fintech, edtech and health tech. Fintech was what I was referring to, and public programs such as Digital India, Startup India, and Skill India to bridge the digital divide. The Reserve Bank has also been taking proactive policy measures to promote and support green finance initiatives. Among several other measures, it has included small renewable energy sectors under its priority sector lending in 2015. SEBI has also greatly contributed in this aspect by strengthening the ESG reporting norms in the country. Now, coming to the question of the fact that we are in principle on the correct path, let me finally try and answer the question, how do we meet the massive requirement for financing India's sustainable growth? As I have forewarned you in the LinkedIn post, in this extremely challenging public policy area, there are more questions than answers. The only thing certain is that there are no easy answers. So I will not even attempt to portray that I have some. Instead, let me just share some thoughts based upon the experience of working in the public policy sphere, the best way to finance India's sustainable growth is to try and identify the best 2-3 growth trajectories going forward and re-engineer our growth strategy accordingly. And also remember, never put all your eggs in one basket. Act like a venture capitalist. Invest in multiple avenues, invest in multiple strategies, invest in multiple technologies. Let me give you the example, take it for example. Let us invest in 10 different strategies. Expecting 6 to fail, 2 to provide normal profits, but 2 generating so much profit that it takes you to the next league. This is something I can say that proudly say that India is attempting. For example, we are harnessing multiple forms of energy going forward. Solar, green hydrogen, wind, ethanol blending, etc. Again, I reiterate what I said in the beginning. Our objective should not be to grow in a sustainable manner, but to grow in an exponential, inclusive, and yet environmentally friendly manner. I know many of you are thinking that it is much easier said and done, undoubtedly, but it is not impossible. Just take a look at India's million LED story to be inspired. Once we find a truly sustainable and robust growth path, financing will almost automatically follow. My experience is growth is the best way of getting finance. This actually is the crux of the question as to how to go about getting finance. Growth. If we ensure sustainable growth, in such a scenario, public spending is buoyant, public receipt is buoyant, public spending is buoyant. In the context of growth, private sector sentiment and investment will be high. Rising and equitable income growth will lead to greater demand as well as generation of larger saving surpluses. Risk appetite will be high, which will pave the way for venture capital, which will have to play a very crucial role in these technologically rapidly evolving times. And foreign capital will flow in much more easily. This is not to suggest that the finance sector is perfectly efficient and will ensure flow of funds whenever a good growth story is adopted. Let me put it this way. The hybrid finance sector in India is relatively efficient with significant scope for improvement, but is willing to change and evolve. Let me give you an example. The level of financing for MSMEs has always been a disappointing one for me, especially given that the role that the sector will have to play in India's sustainable growth, employment, and equity strategies going forward. I now, however, see winds of change as banks which normally prefer collateral-based lending are willing to take data-based decisions. The data being GST returns. A lot of banks are now not asking for collateral. And I think this is going to be a huge inflection point in India's growth strategy. The fact that we are using data instead of collateral for lending. Some of the challenges that we will need to address specifically to green finance is the absence of a universal definition of green finance, the absence of the green taxonomy, and information asymmetry, which often results in greenwashing, higher borrowing costs, which I believe will be addressed sooner than later. I think I have shared a few thoughts and left you with enough food for thought for the day. So I would like to conclude now and hope that our young generation takes this country forward on the strong and capable shoulders. I wish you and your university all the very best. Thank you.
Sir, I think, thank you so much. You laid a strong foundation to this whole program. We were trying to reach the moon, but I think you have taken us to the boundary of our galaxy and possibly have thrown out beyond the galaxy. So that really shows the way, the broad base of the whole program that you laid the foundation. We would love to connect with you, maybe beyond this particular program, listen to more of you, get you to our campus. But thanks a lot for your time. I think the students want to say a few words, and thank you. So I stop here. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. The statistical information that you have provided was much needed. And I'm pretty sure that the knowledge that you have shared with us today would have made our audience more interactive and curious to learn about sustainability.
For dwelling more into the event, we now welcome our keynote speaker, Ms. Shilpa Gulrajani. We welcome you, ma'am. And dear students, we are looking forward to a very interactive session.
Extending a warm welcome on behalf of Modi University to our today's guest of honor, Ms. Shilpa Gulraj. Having pursued MBA in finance, she initially started her career with Citigroup in 2002. Currently, she is the head of corporate development and sustainability Asia Pacific region. Instrumental in developing the franchisee of BNP Paribas, a France-based international banking group, she has the experience of 18 plus years with the BNP Group. With relation to sustainability, she has worked on projects like Singapore Green Taxonomy and World Bank's Board for Carbon Pricing.
चलो उनकी यात्रा के रोलर कोस्टर की सवारी करते हैं।
Sure, I could hear the last part, and now I can see the two wonderful ladies on the screen. So, thank you, Dr. Anirban, and thank you, Modi University, for having me over. Honestly, it's pleasure. Surely because the interest of students in ESG and what does it hold for them as young talent of any country is becoming very, very evident. Let me first very briefly introduce myself. That's not the objective of this session, but I will start the session with a question because I can see some sleepy faces. So my name is Shilpa Gulrajani. I am born, brought up, educated, everything in Bombay. I worked for the first 10 years of my career across Citi and BNP Paribas in Bombay, and then I moved to Hong Kong within BNP Paribas as a part of their investment banking, and then I've moved to Singapore for the past 8 years, again within BNP Paribas. So unlike today's generation, I have stuck to an organization for the past 18 years, but also it is my organization that became a catalyst for me to develop interest and then make it mainframe of my career, this particular subject, which is ESG. So before we dwell into the subject and what really happens on ground, right? Because it's extremely interesting to know what is happening, but it's also more important for us to know ultimately hota kya hai ESG, or what is exactly in it for us, because that is what we are all here for. So I'm going to start with a very basic question, and I'll give you two answers, just as Amitabh Bachchan does that on Kaun Banega Crorepati. So ESG, is it entertainment, science, guidelines? Is it, so that's A, entertainment, science, guidelines, and B, it's environmental, social governance. I want a sleepy head to answer this question. I've been a student and I've also been a backbencher, so I know how it is. But I can't hear on the other side, so it's completely muted at your end.
Shivangi, come here.
Good morning, ma'am. It's option B, environment, science and environment, social and governance.
You know it all. That's why you decided to answer on behalf of all your friends out there.
No, ma'am, everyone.
Ma'am, to avoid echo, we are turning one mic at a time.
So let's move on to the topic. My entire session, I really wanted to be interactive. Ask whatever question you have. If I have an answer, I will provide it right away. If I don't, I promise I'll come back to you. Why has this whole topic become very important? It's suddenly become important, right? That's what happens. I mean, there was this whole decade around IT becoming very important. There was this whole decade around genome science, which continues because it's still not developed, becoming extremely important. And now for the past 3 years precisely, we have ESG that has become important. Why has it become important? That is important for us to know. Environment, that means it directly links to climate. It links to resources. What are these resources? Water is a resource. Pure air is a resource. The food that we eat and the agriculture behind it is a resource. Now, for generations, we have taken a lot of this for granted. And because these resources were either freely available or easily available. And very little had we thought many, many decades ago, but there were very, very smart geniuses and leaders who had highlighted that someday you will pay for water. And I don't think any of our grandparents, great grandparents ever thought that one would pay for water. But the fact is that yes, today there are countries that pay to source water. When we want clean water, we actually pay for it. So in a nutshell, resources, because of the load on the planet, are getting more and more in demand. They are getting destroyed because human beings, we like to eat more than we can chew. That's a problem, and that has resulted into a lot of adversities. May it be climate change in terms of extreme weathers, may it be forests being wiped out because of infrastructure that we need to support because of modernization, because of economic development, because of supporting population, whatever may it be, thereby endangering a lot of species. Just as human beings are important, species are extremely important. And I will digress for half a second, or half a minute rather. When we have these bees that play an instrumental role in providing honey, these bees have ultimately got so destroyed that now there is artificial gadgets that are being used in place of bees, and that is working out to be extremely expensive for nectar sector, for honey sector, etc., etc. Now, all of this is not new. Whilst we are talking about it right now, because this topic has become extremely fashionable, it is not new. And why do I say it is not new? 1951, much before many of us here, including me, was born, Nature Conservatory is a body which basically is based in the US and is in charge in protecting the environment, existed with a couple of set of objectives and a commercial P&L. We all know UNEP very well, right? United Nations Environmental Program. UNEP was established in 1972, and it is supposed to focus on climate change, marine ecosystems, so basically life below water, whether it is fishes, whether it is the seaweeds, etc. Then, of course, anything on ground, so forestry, agroforestry, protect deforestation, and mobilize the green economy. So the role that was given to UNEP was way back in 1972. Fast forward 1979, there was the first global climate conference that took place. 1995, a body called World Business Council of Sustainable Development was established. What is this body? Extremely interesting body. We as BNP Paribas are a member of it. But what does the body do? It has multinational companies, it has banks, it has all these stakeholders come together and agree on certain principles and certain practices in order to protect nature, in order to be more climate friendly in their business practices. And then again, further fast forward, as we talk in the 2000s, we had something called Principles of Responsible Banking, Principles of Responsible Investment. This is all to do with the finance world. We will touch upon it very briefly. And please stop me if something is really going above the head. Stop me, intervene, ask any question. No question is silly at all. So, and then of course we had the COP. COP is where all high-profile people across bodies, institutions, corporates, governments, central banks are represented at this huge forum that takes place, the recent one being in Egypt, to discuss about the climate urgency, emergency, the finance behind it, the challenges behind it, and how are they going to all collectively address. So why am I talking about these various institutions and the dates? Not for you to remember, but for you to feel that this topic was very much prevalent way in the 1950s. It's just become more urgent right now because we feel the pain of the climate change. We feel the pain of certain resources becoming pricey. We feel the pain that if we don't do anything around water, let me tell you, water is a more serious problem than even carbon dioxide in the air, and it's a fact. So this is more the context. The ecosystem of this is huge. It's corporates, institutions, investors, governments. We had Mr. Das representing our central bank. All of these leaders and participants are a part of the ecosystem. We work with them as a bank, as a financial institution. Now, the main question, as even highlighted by Mr. Das, was financing. And finance is the core of this whole thing. Is it easily available? Is it plenty? Let's ask the question first. Yes, there is plenty of liquidity available to finance. Is it easily accessible? The answer is not really. And there is a reason behind that. Why? But can finance really be the catalyst? The answer is yes. You need finance. We need finance to enable investments into certain technologies which are not yet proven, which are going to be in the test phase, which are in the test phase. We need finance to enable sustainable agriculture, meaning today when you have sugar, when you have wheat, rice, paddy being grown, it can be grown in a way that the production is much more, so the yield for the farmer is very, very high. The environmentally unfriendly ingredients that are using in farming can be replaced by more environmentally friendly ingredients. And as a result, the entire emission of the unpopular gases as a result of the activity can be lowered. Not only that, agriculture is seen to be absorbing carbon from the atmosphere, and therefore sustainable agriculture is more and more encouraged. So this is more ground realities. But this agriculture needs financing, and the reach of financing to the individual farmers is very, very challenging for the banking sector. So let's talk about what happens on ground when we are talking about multinationals, Nestle, Unilever, Procter and Gamble, power generation companies. I'll try to be slightly more global, not trying to particularly name any corporates on ground in India, but power generation companies which are generating power by use of coal, and coal is now becoming extremely unpopular for banks. So we don't want to finance coal. It's becoming extremely unpopular for investors. Investors don't want to invest into projects that are driven by coal. But let's understand the challenge first. We are in Asia. So India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, a large part of China. We all are in a part of world where the main source of power generation is coal. And these projects or assets which are generating energy via coal are fairly young. What does it mean that they are fairly young? And fairly young, 5 years to 15 years to 20 years. It means that these projects came into commission, or they started generating the first energy source, whether it is to the grid where we get electricity in our houses or in any other direct use, only 5 years ago, only 7 years ago, only 10 years ago. And usually these projects are supposed to last a couple of decades. So is it fair to tell a power company that you have made billions of dollars of investments in a project which is based on coal, and now the whole world is changing, we are moving to renewable sources of power, solar, wind, etc. You need to shut your shop? No, it's not fair. Is it right? Or does the world want these projects to continue? The answer is no, because that will not help us as a country to reach the net zero goal by 2070. It will not help many other corporates who are net zero by 2040 and 2050, because they source power from the grid in order to manufacture, in order to function. So what is the solution? the answer is not all solutions which can be practically incorporated or adapted to are available. Decommissioning, meaning very responsible way of shutting the coal power or reducing the coal and increasing and redeploying into green energy. These kind of structures are being worked on. Until then, there are companies who are committing to net zero, etc. They will need financing. Now, before I move into what really happens on the ground and what is this financing, what are we financing, what is this jargon about green finance, etc. I want to know, and the moderator can possibly answer, are we comfortable with the terminology jargon net zero? Do we know what net zero is? If you don't know, it is absolutely okay, because a lot of CEOs of companies don't know what is net zero. So let me know. Do we know what net zero is? And if there is someone who's raising their hand, please let me know what is your understanding of net zero. And don't feel shy. Don't hesitate. Anybody, give it a shot.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, I can hear you.
Ma'am, net zero is like reducing the greenhouse gas emissions by the human activities. Getting that reduction to zero is exactly the net zero emissions.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
That if a corporate says that we will reduce our emissions to zero, meaning I will have no emissions at all, how am I going to manufacture machinery that is used in another industry? I'm deliberately asking you this question because it's extremely difficult. So let me clarify this. You're right. So firstly, you are absolutely right. Net zero. See, anything we do today, if we take a taxi back home, we are generating carbon into the atmosphere. Therefore, companies, when they are into their activity, let's take three different types of companies. Let's take a company that is manufacturing, let's say textiles. So it has machines, it runs on power, and the entire manufacturing of saris will generate carbon dioxide in the air. Why? Because there is energy used. Why? Because they are taking electricity from our grid, meaning whichever may be the grid, BSNL, BSNL is, telco. We have our energy companies, whether it's the private ones, Reliance, etc. But then we also have the government ones. I am forgetting a couple of names, so pardon me. But when you access, we pay this electricity bill. When we access that electricity is being generated with coal right now in India. So even if I have the best of technology in producing a sari, and my machines actually come down almost to zero to generate carbon at the time of manufacturing, but the electricity that I'm using is still backed by coal. So I'm still responsible for generating or throwing carbon in the air. The reason I'm giving you one example from the industry, because that is where the challenge is very high. Now let's take another sector. Let's take banking. We don't produce anything. So we don't have any direct emission into the atmosphere. But we have indirect emission. How? If I have project financed a project in India which is generating electricity by using coal. I financed it 10 years ago. It's on my books, meaning the loan that I've given to this company is for 20 years. And today we only completed 10 years. So for the next 10 years, my loan is still outstanding. So for me, because I have played a role in financing a coal power plant, I still have emissions as a bank. Then when I go to meet my client, let's say from Bombay to Delhi, I travel to meet a client which is in Delhi. I take the flight, I'm the employee of the bank. My carbon footprint gets added to the carbon emission footprint of the bank. So this is one example for a service sector. So we took the manufacturing sector, we took the service sector. Now let's say Unilever. They have soaps, shampoos, food consumer items, edibles. And one of the most important aspects is not just manufacturing or access to brands that they have bought, but it is the supply. Unilever's main P&L will grow as long as they can cover more and more villages, as long as they can sell their products in the most remote area of India. So what does it mean? They have to commute their products from the manufacturing point or the sourcing point to remote villages, and there is a supply chain. It doesn't happen directly. There is not one 1,000 trucks carrying all this at one go from the production to the village. There are various milestones of small suppliers, and this is called supply chain in the corporate parlance. And at every stage of supply chain, either because of the truck and because diesel is being used, there is no electrical vehicle being used, the loading, the uploading, all of this emits carbon. So by giving you these three examples, I'm just trying to tell you one thing, that net zero is extremely popular to commit to in current parlance. Corporates are doing it, banks are doing it, governments are doing it, countries are doing it, but we are still facing the challenge. How are we going to be completely carbon zero? It's extremely difficult. So time will tell us, but we have to. There is no choice. Now, in order to support this, there are a lot of experiments. There is a lot of investment in technology. There is electrical vehicle, right? The trucks which are using diesel, you can sit, my dear. You can sit. You can go back to your place and sit. I'm talking to everybody now. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on net zero. What I was trying to say is that the investment in technologies, the investment in new science requires financing. And that is what banks and investors are trying to do. Now, let's say many of you who aspire to make a career in ESG, you can either be so it's a very wonderfully wide topic, and you could access any corporate, any institution, any vertical within government, and still make a career or contribute in context of ESG. The finance world, which is right now in focus, how do I function on a day-to-day basis as a banker on ESG, right? I mean, yes, there is one thing that I do a couple of sessions to enlighten people based on the little experience that I have, but in practice, what does it mean? What does my day-to-day look like? And I think that will give you a better sense of what does finance or banking in ESG mean. And for that, I'm going to spend 2 minutes on my challenges. My interest in this topic was somewhere around 2015. It's more around 2018 that I started meeting corporates to talk about what are their ESG plans, what are they doing to reduce their carbon emissions, what are they doing to adapt to new technologies, where are they making the investment? Because if I have this information, I may be able to help them finance. As a result, bring business to my bank. 3 years ago, let me tell you, the conversations were extremely difficult. Why? Because corporates were clueless. I mean, they were not ready. Secondly, a large part of these conversations were happening to finance people, CFO, treasury, manager, finance. And the main mandate given to any finance employee of a corporate or any other institution is you need to make sure that we avail cheap finance. You have to make sure that the cost of capital or the cost of financing or the cost of debt is very much in control so that we can remunerate our shareholders. So to have an ESG conversation with the finance team was not very fruitful. It wasn't very useful. So it was very discouraging, right? Because I wanted to embark on this journey. I was convinced, I was passionate, but there was no response because there was no opportunity to finance. It's only amidst COVID, I would say, to be very honest, 2019 end and really picked up in 2020 and 2021, that the whole seriousness around ESG and the fact that corporates, if they don't decarbonize, meaning reduce their emissions, look at technologies which will help them reduce their emissions, invest into R&D. If they don't do all this, what will they miss out on? Banks will not finance them. Investors will not subscribe to their equity issuances. Consumers will not use their products. The Generation Z, you guys are getting more and more conscious about, I don't want to use a plastic bottle. I want to make sure that this particular noodles are responsibly sourced. This is the kind of questions coming from the younger generations. The very ultra rich net worth, families, huge families sitting on billions of dollars of family wealth, right? The next generation, we call Gen Next in the banking parlance, they are extremely conscious that I don't want to invest into an equity fund which is supporting heavy emission in carbon. So what is all this? All this is putting pressure on corporates to make investments towards ESG friendly CapExes, OpExes, and that's where finance comes into picture. Now, I won't go very deep because it'll be too much of a load in one session, but when I meet a corporate, and let's take a hypothetical example. Let's take Tata is a huge group, extremely respected. So let's say Tata Motors, hypothetically. Tata Motors, including their JLR entity, you would see all over the news, have been in the forefront of looking at evolving in their technology and the technology they will use for their vehicles, moving from gasoline means petrol, diesel, to EVs. And I think the hybrid part here is far lower. If you compare Tata Motors to Toyota, and we all use Toyota cars, Toyota still believes that from gasoline, the next decades will be hybrid, which is a mix of clean energy, but it's still not electrical vehicle, and a bit of gasoline. That's why it's called hybrid vehicles. Now, when we meet these kind of companies, and let's say Tata Motors says that we are going to invest $1 billion to manufacture X number of electrical vehicles because we plan to launch that in 2025. That $1 billion, if we as a bank, we want to play a role in financing, it can be loan, it can be capital markets. Capital markets basically is the bond market. Even if you don't understand, it's absolutely okay. But it is a kind of a debt that a corporate is willing to take. So when we analyze this kind of a proposal, what we do is we see, okay, electrical vehicles means 100% green. You are taking a finance for deploying in a project which is going to green the environment. So we call it green finance if they are willing to take that label. So that is where you hear green bonds, green loans, green finance. Okay. So anything which can be classified as a end use which is green, and there are guidelines for it, there is a taxonomy for it, we will not get into those complexities. Then you call it a green finance. Now it's become very complex because not all corporates are ready with a green project, right? We have corporates who are still figuring out, okay, how do I decarbonize? What do I do to my these two products? I cannot shut shop overnight. I have to still fend for technologies. So they want something which is flexible. And this flexibility is in form of what they say, okay, we will set certain milestones for us as a corporate. I'm going to be net zero in 2050, but by 2030, I will reduce my emissions by 25% from today. That is called baseline. Baseline today, I will reduce 25%. By 2030, I will consume 30% less water in my operations. And by 2030, today I have 0 women in my board, meaning my board of directors, I have no women representing. By 2030, as a corporate, I will make sure that 25% of the board comprises of women representative, which is called gender balance, right? Diversity. So when you have these kind of objectives set by corporates, we as banks will say, okay, I will give you $1 billion of financing. This financing is linked to the fact that you will meet your 3 commitments. You will reduce your carbon emissions through your operations. You will reduce water consumption. You will bring 25% women on your board. If you achieve all 3 of them, then we as a bank will reduce your interest rates by 20 basis points. So this is called KPI linked financing. It is a way to incentivize companies to formulate concrete KPIs which are measurable. These get measured by external audit agencies. And then we as banks, to encourage this, we give them a discount in their financing. So their interest rates will go down if they meet these objectives. So I'm just sharing these few examples of how finance happens in the ESG world. I think I have spoken enough. I'm not able to hear or see the reflexes. So now I want a couple of you to come on the stage, pick up the mic, ask any question you have, even if it is something to do with what can you do in your career, to what jargon is, or anything else. And even if you feel that there is something that was unclear, I will try to make it easier to explain. But I don't think I want to dwell beyond this, because otherwise it will be too much in one session.
Thank you, ma'am. I request the audience to put up the questions.
Completely okay. Let them think. Let them see if they really, something has clicked, something has sparked an interest. Feel free.
Shilpa, hi. This is Rakesh Butoria. I'm taking the opportunity of butting in with a question from my side. It would be very interesting to know very briefly, though, because we are completely out of time, in terms of, banks, all of them, global banks like yourselves, you all have sustainability targets and roadmap of your own, right? Now, what is considered an adequate roadmap from a banking or a financial institution's perspective? I'm not necessarily focusing on BNP Paribas. I'm just trying to get a sense as a learning piece for the students that as an institution, financing institution, since we are talking about sustainable finance, how do you set a target for yourself as to what is your agenda in supporting growth of sustainable investments, blah, blah, blah? Thank you. A brief, please. Thank you.
Very relevant question. So I will have to take the example of my own organization, because BNP Paribas was actually one of the pioneers when it came to ESG adaptation. We were not even that time, because there was no green, concept of green financing or this labeled financing. But BNP Paribas, meaning I here strictly talk on the European level, because Europe vis-a-vis Asia is clearly 1 to 2 decades ahead in everything, including development, right? So sometimes we argue it's unfair I mean, you need to let us pollute for the next 2 decades. But unfortunately, the Earth planet is one. And the velocity at which the developing countries will have to move will have to align with the developed countries. And that's why today you have many European countries who are setting targets of net zero by 2040 and 2050. And you do have some of the Asian economies who are also aligning to that target by 2050. I don't think we've seen yet an Asian economy looking at anything earlier than 2050, but they are only looking beyond 2050. So 2060, we have Indonesia, we have 2070, 2060 is China, 2070 is India, and I think Indonesia is aligned to 2050, and few others aligning. Now, your question was that what gets them to set the targets? How do you decide on the timeline? And what are the targets that you set? So how do you set it? Timing? How do you decide on the timing? Now, timing is a very easy answer because this is science. We have to make sure that we touch the 1.5 degree, 2 degree benchmark. And back calculation says that the world will have to be net zero by 2050. Else, the planet Earth is going to be completely in doldrums. Right? So, in a very simplistic manner. So that 1.5 degree of global warming, 2 degree of global warming, originally to 1.5, then has back calculated this beautiful timeline of 2050. And somewhere averaging impact will happen. Some countries will move forward, some countries will follow. And if based on current visibility, all the experts who are sitting behind the calculation, they say, okay, 2050 is a good average. So let's put that aside. Now, how do we as a bank decide what are the targets? So firstly, we go ahead and we say we are going to be net zero 2050 because 2050 is the time. What does net zero for a bank mean? Because we don't have direct production, as I just mentioned. We are a service sector. So our carbon emission means what we call scope 3 of emission. And maybe I request all the students to look at a couple of jargons. So look at, I'm digressing, so I'll come back to the question. I'm digressing a bit. So look at net zero, look at carbon neutral, look at scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and look at SBTI. These 5 jargons, no more. Okay, everything else is very complex. These 5 and you understand the story. So when we say we are net zero 2050, we imply that the companies that we lend to, the assets in our books, my loan to Shipping Corporation of India, my loan to Unilever, my loan to NG in France, my loan to let's say Oracle in the US. Oracle doesn't borrow, but yeah, across the globe. All these companies will have to be net zero, then only my portfolio will be net zero, and then only me as a bank will be net zero. So this is a huge challenge because my net zero is 90% dependent on my clients to be net zero. That is called scope 3 for any bank, because now there are only 2 ways of looking at it. One is either I exit all the clients who are emitting carbon. I won't need to be in the business of banking. Number 2, I help my clients to transition. So therefore, banks are adapting, and it's public. BNP Paribas has announced something called Low Carbon Transition Group. It is 250 experts, bankers across Asia, Europe, and Americas who are going to be dedicated to help our clients, may it be aviation sector, may it be shipping sector, may it be cement sector. And I'm deliberately naming all these sectors because these are heavy polluters, they are heavy emitters of carbon. So we have taken up that commitment that we want to help them transition by financing them, financing their supply chain, financing their technology, bringing investors to them when it involves few $1 billion of fundraising in the capital markets, And at the same time, we are committed that if there are, so firstly, we are not going to finance any coal project. So even if it's an existing client, if they come to us saying that there is this X gigawatt of coal-fired project in Indonesia, we will take time to transition. Can you finance? We are going to say no, number one. Number two, if there is a power generation company which as of today has not declared any roadmap to adapt to renewable form of energy, I'm not talking about transitioning immediately in 3 years' time. I'm talking about committing to this intention and therefore starting the process on the pathway to net zero. We will not bank with them and we will gradually exit if it's our client. Now, I'm saying we, but this is being adapted by all banks, forefronted by the European banks, gradually being followed by the American banks. They are still far away. And at some stage right now being brainstormed by the Asian banks. So your question as to how do we decide the targets, there is a lot of science and a lot of math behind it. Let's take something from an example. Today as a bank, we have in the past financed and we continue to finance shipping and aviation sector. So shipping and aviation is part of our assets. It's a part of our portfolio. We will actually mathematically and scientifically have a projection that for the existing loans on our books, what is it that we need to set our targets to reduce either exposure to the sector or convert the say if today it's 80% names which have no net zero and 20% which possibly have net zero, we will set a target that in the next 10 years we need to have 50% of our portfolio in shipping sector which will have net zero commitment, which will have commitments towards new technology of shipping vessels. They will make sure that there is no pollution in the marine life as a result of the new technology. The ports, which is a part of the supply chain, they will have electrical vehicles to move the goods around. All these aspects. So there's a lot of math and a lot of science that goes behind it, which helps banks like us to say that we will reduce exposure to oil and gas sector by 20% unless it's the new format of producing or mining oil and gas. So upstream all the way to downstream, there is a mathematical calculation that gets done. There are experts. You need data scientists. That's where data scientists are becoming extremely popular. So I know it was a bit of a long answer, but this is how banks are preparing. There is no proven recipe, but this is how we are progressing, if I may say.
Thank you. Ask. No?
Ma'am, what impacts did COVID-19 had on net zero emissions?
It's a very relevant question. So there was one called mechanical impact, and we are actually talking about this to our clients. So when we see the trajectory of emissions of our clients, 2019, the emission will be, let's say, at 100. 2020, that emission is reducing to 40. And 2021, it is staying equal at 40 or possibly just mildly increasing to 50. Does it mean that the client has become extremely efficient or the corporate has become extremely efficient in its energy emissions, in its carbon emissions? The answer is no, because it was a mechanical impact. There was a reduction in carbon emissions across sectors, airline companies. Why? Because there were no flights. When you don't do business, You don't have anything running. You don't consume energy from coal. Your machines are not running and emitting carbon. So mechanically, the impact of COVID on most sectors where business was impacted, manufacturing was impacted, volumes were impacted, was downfall. Therefore, when we look at companies and we say you have set targets, we are telling them you will either use 2019 baseline or you will use a 2022 baseline, because it is unfair to use a 2020 baseline for a corporate which is already so low and then say, okay, you will continue to grow sales, but you will not emit, because they are not ready yet. So yes, COVID basically, or the health crisis, to be more refined in my response, had an impact on emissions, but it was mechanical, right? You run every day, you lose calories. You don't run at all, the question of losing calories doesn't arise because you are static. So that is one thing. Now let's talk about post-COVID. That is more important. And I encourage all of you to, at a very, very high level, not going into the details. Sometimes these things can be boring for you guys among other interesting topics. But there is a massive energy crisis right now in Europe. We all are reading about Russia and Ukraine, right? This energy crisis is actually regenerating thoughts around, is clean energy possible? Is it practical? There are countries who are continuing to stick by the agenda of saying, no, nothing doing. We will continue to have renewable as a target to increase in our energy mix. And this, I would say, is a bit of a post-COVID. It's an instance. It's not an impact. And as a result, we will see actually the emissions peaking in many countries, and China has put this as a part of their trajectory. Before they start their journey to net zero in 2060, they will peak, and they're going to peak in 2030. So in many countries, the emissions are actually going to go up and then start going down. But to your question, in context of COVID, it was just mechanical impact. All reduced, but because there was no activity. You don't have activity, you don't have emissions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. We are extremely elite to have heard you. Your questions have made us brainstorm about sustainability. We feel obliged that we got a chance to learn from you. Thank you for enlightening our young minds.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
I hope everyone needs a break now. So the guests and faculty are requested to reach outside for the tea, and the students are requested to stay inside. Thank you. Mahima, block that gate. Nobody should go out. Nobody means nobody, please. Nobody. Hospitality team, 4 people can go. Nobody else, please.
Before lunchtime, or lunch will happen in some time. So you guys will start feeling hungry. So probably that will not allow you to sleep. So that's one advantage. So anyway, let me start with saying, one of the first things when this program was started, the first thing I noticed was this, what you called, I think I will go by the English name, the institution anthem that you have. Sangsthan Giti. Am I right? That, sorry? Kulgeet. You call it Kulgeet. So it's institutional anthem. Okay? So if you really go through the words of that anthem, it's all about sustainability. Right? It talks about Vasudha and how we have to take care of the earth. I think every part of it, if you understand it, is about sustainability, about a sustainable living. And I think the culture, the environment of this place, as I see, is to ensure a sustainable living for the student community. I think everything starts from there. Wherever we are, whatever we do, how do we make our lives more sustainable? So it has to come from each one of us, from each of the communities. It is not about just going to some world conferences and discussing about carbon emissions and about climate finance. Sustainability is a way of life for all of us. You know, this is something I want to share. My father used to say, he's no more, but you know, when we were young, he used to say that Mahatma Gandhi, and this is something Gandhi had once said, that you should ask yourself, we should all ask ourselves, not what we want, but what we can do without. It's a very deep thing. It's not about our wants. Today we want a lot of things, but don't ask that question. You ask that question, what is it that we can do without? Because this want, it's a little philosophic, it's probably a little spiritual, but this is all that is part of sustainability. Correct? If all the rich nations, everybody, we want more and more, we want to consume more and more, this world cannot be a sustainable place. Right? Because we have a population of almost a trillion. I'll shortly go to 1 trillion people, maybe 800 billion we have. India itself has 150 billion people. There are a lot of people who are coming above poverty level. They would also like to have the opportunity. So it's also about thinking how we can consume less, live a much more sustainable life, which will leave the space to our next generations of human beings. That's very important. Sustainability is all about creating a space which is livable for the next generations of humanity. Right? So it all starts with us. It doesn't start with climate conferences or some United Nations. It starts with each one of us. Right? This is something I thought I will start with. So I think what I will do is to talk a little bit about our organization. I represent, this is the agenda, Acuity Ratings. I'm sorry, but you know, there is a little bit of challenge, so let me, on the pronunciation of our word, of our company. I know it's difficult because it's originally meant to be a French word. It's the actual word in French is acuité. What does it mean? It's given out here. Sharpness of thought and vision. So you need mental sharpness. You need a vision to be able to give rating opinions, right? So this is what is the skill, the ability that we expect in our employees. So that is why this name was thought about when we rebranded ourselves. Our original brand was Mera, and we changed it to Acuité. So for all of you who want to spell the word again or pronounce the word, you should say Acuité or Acuité. You can say Acuité, but don't say acute, because acute means something very different. And it will get us into a lot of acute problems. So no acute, Acuité. Okay? Right. So our primary, just to keep it short, our primary activity is credit ratings. We are one of the sixth, actually one has lost their license, so we are one of the sixth rating agencies in the country, licensed by SEBI, accredited by Reserve Bank of India. We have been working on credit ratings from 2012 onwards. Before that, we were an SME rating agency. From 2005, we have done more than 50,000 SME ratings. We have done currently 9,367 credit ratings, which are bank loan ratings, bond ratings. I'm not sure whether every one of you understand what's a credit rating. And anyone was suggesting that I should ask to you, guys, what is a credit rating? So can somebody just take the mic and just in simple terms ask, tell me what is credit rating? Anybody? And in whatever way you are comfortable with. What is credit rating? Equity is into credit ratings. What is it? What do we do? Take a shot. You need not be right. Great. Please, ma'am.
Sir. Sir, I might be wrong, but...
Please go ahead.
Sir, the measurement of a person's income history or financial, how he pays his financial debt.
Okay. Okay. Right. Sorry, what's your name?
Riddhi.
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 Riddhi. Okay. Riddhi, you conceptually you are absolutely right. It is about the capacity, not so much about an individual. You can have a rating of an individual, but that's more a credit score. There are credit bureaus who score individuals on that capacity. We are not talking about that. We are talking about organizations, companies, businesses. What is there? There are two keywords here, just for you to simply understand what is credit rating. A company has taken money. The bank or an investor has given them money. Now, one of the inputs or the decision inputs before giving them money is the rating. Now, what is rating? Rating is, it answers the question, what is the ability of that company, and not only ability and willingness of that company to repay back that loan or that debt, right? So this is what a rating measures. There is a scale. You must have seen there is a traditional scale, AAA, AA. This is the way AAA is the best ability, and it goes down to a scale called D, which means they have defaulted, they're not able to pay. So rating measures that ability and willingness to repay debt, to repay loans. Very simply put.
Thank you, sir.
I hope you guys have got the crux of it. Okay. So this is what we do. As I said, we rate more than 9,000 companies now on that rating scale. But we do SME ratings also. And SME rating has a different scale. Principle is the same, but SMEs are rated on a different scale also. This apart, I think some of you would know, we were the first rating agency to start our ESG ratings business, ESG risk assessments and insights. India's first ESG risk provider, which is our subsidiary. And today we publish ESG assessments for 1,000 listed companies. We have already reached 1,000. So this is some of the things that we do. And just in a nutshell, we are an institutionally held company. Our main promoters or sponsors are SIDBI, which is a government company, government institution, Small Industries and Development Bank of India, SIDBI, and Dun & Bradstreet. Dun & Bradstreet is actually a very historical company. Many of you may not know, but Dun & Bradstreet is the first credit rating agency in the world. They started in if I'm right, in 1830s or 1840s. There was a guy called Dunn and there was another guy called Bradstreet. They started entering in data in their notebooks to assess the repayment capacity of traders. You know, that is how Dun & Bradstreet became the first. Now, of course, they are not so much into credit ratings. They are into other businesses, but we are still one of their investee companies. So Dun & Bradstreet and SIDBI are the major promoters, but we also have, I think the full slide is not clear, but we have all the major public sector banks, some private sector banks like ICICI, who are also our shareholders. So a little bit on what is about, I think a lot has been already discussed. Mr. Roy from RBI, Mr. Das from RBI, Shilpa from BNP Paribas, I think a lot of it has been said. But just to put it in perspective, because today, as we are here for this session, there is a session happening in Egypt, right? That is called COP27, which is a climate conference of 200 nations. And they are obviously discussing how to address the challenges primarily of climate change. And I don't want to delve too much into it because we all know the problems of climate change. But fundamentally, why are we discussing climate change? Itna kya ho gaya? Kya problem hai? The problem is we are having extreme weather events, climate events more frequently now. That is one impact of climate change. The icebergs, which are permanent icebergs in Antarctica, Arctic, at the North Pole, South Band, they have started to melt. It has serious implications, not just the sea level, it has other serious implications. So there are a lot of factors which are leading to climate change and health risk. COVID, for example, it may be because of some climate-related changes. We don't know. And there may be more health risks there. So climate risks are related to our living, to our health risk. And this is something that why today humanity is discussing about it in a very big way. So these are some of the things. I think net zero targets have been discussed, threadbare. India has committed to a lot of targets. There is, I think Pancham Minute has been talked about. Initially, this is called, there are some targets which was put, which is called NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution. By the way, ESG subject is such that every line you will see a new jargon. So there is a lot of jargon. So you have to be very good in jargons if you want to do well in ESG, just saying lightly. So nationally determined contribution means every country has some target, which it has to itself declare that I am going to go by these targets. Mostly on emissions, on power generation, I will have these targets. Government of India had declared some targets in the Paris Convention in 2015. But every year, these targets are either reaffirmed or some revised targets are given. Now, last conference, that was in Stockholm. This time it's happening in Egypt. The Prime Minister of India, I think he put it beautifully. He said Pancham Minute, right? I think somebody referred to that. What is, and this is a question, a kind of quiz before your actual quiz starts. What is Pancham Minute? What are those climate goals or emission goals does India have? Anybody? Anybody can give at least, if not 5. Panchamrit means 5 goals we have. What are those 5 goals? India as a country has outlined 5 goals. Up till 2030, one is 2070. So, any of you, even if you say 1 or 2, it's okay. What's our Panchamrit goals? Anybody wants to take a shot? One is very easy. We have a net zero target. When? Sorry? No, ma'am. Net zero target is far away. About there, 2070. 2070 is our net zero target. Tab bhi hoga kya? A lot of have doubts, but that's one target. Yes, one of it is that. But we have some, as you rightly said, on 2030 we have some targets. What are those targets by 2030? Sorry? That may be, but it's not the formal target, right? So there are some targets maybe which is related to what you were saying. You wanted to say something? Yes. What is it? There is a number. Yeah. So 500, currently our renewable capacity, including large hydel, is around 160, 170 gigawatt. So the target is from 160, 170 gigawatt, this will go to 500 gigawatt by 2030. This is Panchamrit 1. What is Panchamrit 2? This is more. One is, yes, I will create capacity, renewable capacity, huge renewable capacity, 500. But there is another target around this, which is that 50% of my energy, country's energy requirement, will come from renewable sources. This is more direct, and this is a little ambitious, honestly, that by 2030, whatever energy we are consuming, it will be renewable. It will be not from coal or oil. 50% of it, 50% at least, will be from renewable sources. This is Panchamrit 2. What is Panchamrit 3? I'll say the rest. We will reduce our carbon emissions. Actually, quantification has been done from now, means 2021, to 2030 by 1 billion tons. This has been specifically said that by 1 billion tons is a very significant amount. We will actually reduce our, despite the country growing, our absolute reduction of carbon will be every year by 1 billion tons. This is 3. The 4th is, where already we have interestingly made some progress, is the carbon emission, okay, or what they call is the carbon intensity. There is a formula by which you use carbon intensity of the economy. What it was in 2005 and what it will be in 2030, 2005 is taken as a benchmark. They're saying, government is saying, 2005 and today, we have already reduced the carbon intensity of the economy by 24%. This is official statistics, okay? So already it has reduced by 24%, but we will reduce it by 45% by 2030. So this is Panchamrit 4. The carbon intensity of the economy will go down by 45%. These are just some numbers. In case somebody asks you, just hold on to these numbers. And the last one, as ma'am said, we targeting to be a net zero, but there is still time for that. It's a journey by 2070, right? So these are our, you can say, goals, climate goals. India is committed to it, but the point is, what is the cost? What is the investment required for this? Do we have the capacity to deliver on this? Or financing capacity, let me, will we have the financing capacity to deliver on these goals? So let me just, I will just quickly run through this. This is more theoretical, but essentially, since we are discussing sustainable finance today, there is a need for a sustainable finance program. These are the things that you are already aware of. There is rapid economic development. There is a pressure on economic development. There is a pressure on environment. We all agree that growth has to be sustainable. To encourage sustainable growth, we need financing. But why we need financing? Why we need financing? We have to think fundamentally. We need financing because we have to change the way we work. We have to change the technologies. Like what we are saying, renewable. Earlier we used to generate power by chimney, right? By coal, simply put. Used to coal-fired boilers, you run turbines, you generate power. Now we are saying, no, we will not put carbon in the air. We will use solar energy, we will use wind energy, we will try to produce hydrogen. A lot of other options are being thought. So the technology of not only power generation, but technology of everything that we do, it has to change. Energy use has to be more efficient. Now all these things can happen if you have money. You need finance for this, right? For all of these things, for climate adaptation, not only that, the other part you will see is that there is a climate risk. We are discussing climate risk. So there are sudden events which is resulting in a lot of loss of lives, lot of loss of property, assets. How do you prevent that? You need something called early warning systems. You need high quality meteorological equipment. Early warning systems. How will you do that? You need finance, you need technology. So everything around improving the climate needs a lot of funds. And that is why we are talking about having a sustainable finance framework. The government has to play a very important role. Government has to not only, we will come to that, Indian government, as someone already mentioned, has already decided. There are already 25 countries who have issued sovereign green bonds. India is going to be another country which will start to issue sovereign green bonds from the current financial year. So this is something that will give a little bit of push to sustainable financing in India, apart from whatever is happening. And the government also has to incentivize for sustainable financing. So, in certain, just to give you an example, what is incentive? For example, when you buy, I don't know whether some of you know, that when you buy electric vehicles now, there is a capital subsidy. So if you want to buy an EV, electric car, there is the actual cost of an electric car is pretty high. But most of the state governments have started to give a capital subsidy of 1 lakh, 2 lakhs. That's an incentive to encourage transition to low carbon technologies. So this is how, the whole regulatory framework is started to work. See, one issue in climate, in environment, is you need to start measuring and regulating. So it's not enough just to say, humko kam karna hai. But somebody has to measure, kitna kam ho raha hai. Somebody has to regulate. Somebody has to, as Shilpa said, that a bank, some of the banks have decided they will not fund coal-fired projects, right? So there has to be, like in this case, credit restriction to brown projects, right? Increase in reserves for brown. So even regulators are saying, it is not only why are banks not doing? Apart from their own responsibilities, they are not doing because regulators are telling them, if you fund polluting projects, carbon emitting projects, then the restrictions or the cost of it will increase. You have to keep aside more capital. They're talking in those lines. So essentially, even the regulators are trying to create an environment where finance goes more for sustainable projects. So this is what, some of the things that has happened in India, which you need to know on sustainable finance, on ESG front. Disclosures regulators have started asking for disclosures. There is a very detailed work on ESG. Your ESG data has to be published for the top 1,000 companies. There is a very detailed report. It's called BRSR. What is BRSR? Again, a jargon. Business responsibility and sustainable reporting. So this, again, a jargon, but this is very important. And increasingly, more and more companies will have to file this report. So all companies will be monitored on their ESG performance. What are you doing for the environment? Not only for environment, what are you doing for society? What is your governance quality? On all of this, disclosures have to be available. Incentives I talked about. The government is giving incentives for solar projects, for example. Initiatives, various initiatives for green finance that the government has taken. IREDA has been one of the pioneers for financing green projects. We all know, not today, for 2 decades they are financing, but I think they are receiving a boost now. And SEBI recently has issued new guidelines for green bond issuance in India. It has green bonds from India, I will come to that, has happened, but it is comparatively less compared to other countries. And I will come to that in detail. Now, the moot point, the crux of all the slides is this. What does this slide say? This slide says that for us to achieve all this, Panchamrit and all that we talked about, we will need funding India, and this is only, we are talking about environmental part, is $170 billion. Every year, the country needs $170 billion. This is some kind of a breakup that is there, which is expected to come from different segments. But the point today is that all these numbers are very staggering. And currently, just as an example, we are talking about that commercial banks will fund $66 trillion, right? Annual demand, or the commercial bank should fund at least 66. Today, the total power sector exposure of the banking system is $87 billion US. Total, cumulative. So this is a basic capacity problem. Where do we get the money from? Can 170 billion, remember, I think some of the speaker alluded to that recently in the COP27, the developed countries are talking about 100 billion funding for climate finance. 100 billion for everybody, for funding, not just for India. And we alone need 170 billion. This is the magnitude of the problem. The funding that is required is in trillions of dollars all over the world, and India itself needs $170 billion. So this is the crux of the problem. The money, the availability, the money may be there, but how to make that money come and be used? That is the challenge that we all have, and we don't know the answer, whether we will be able to attract this kind of money or not. These are the challenges in domestic green finance. Not getting into that, you need long-term money for this, and you need cheap money. And today, that is very difficult to get. Yes. So I'll just speak a little bit about sustainable green bonds in India. So what is a green bond? I have not asked that question. It is just written out here. Basically, like if you know what is a bond, it is not different from any other bond. It is basically a money which is raised, which has to be repaid, correct? And so which will need a rating. But what is the purpose? The end use of that purpose is, end use of that money is that it has to be used for climate and environmental projects, basically sustainable projects. Let's skip it at that. The money has to be clearly used for sustainable projects. So if a money is given to Coal India, can Coal India raise money for a coal power plant, and can it be a green bond? It cannot be, right? But if Coal India, and remember they can do it, Coal India raises money for a solar power project, that can be a green bond, right? But it has to be ensured that money never goes for coal. So green bonds is a concept. I think globally it has started in 2007, and it has total outstanding green bonds today all over the world is $2 trillion. $2 trillion. It looks big, but the world needs much more than that. In India, it has picked up slowly. Mostly, initially, it was done by foreign banks. I remember Yes Bank in, if I'm right, 2015. They were the first bank to raise a green bond in the country. So it was initially by institutions. Why are banks raising green bonds? Because with that money, they will fund renewable projects, correct? Environmental friendly projects. So banks can also raise green bonds. Corporates have been raising green bonds. Who are the corporates who will raise green bonds? Renewable power companies. There are many companies who are generating, constructing and generating solar power or wind power. They will raise green bonds. They are raising green bonds. But these amounts in India have been very small. How small? Just to give you an idea. We have raised in calendar year 21, that is last year, $6.8 billion. Okay? And totally, cumulatively, we have raised $20 billion. I mean, from the beginning, India has raised $20 billion. Just see this number. Last year itself, Asia Pacific region, green bond issuance was 126 billion. Asia Pacific only was 126 billion. Out of that, China was almost half, 68 billion. And what we have done in India, 20 billion, not in 1 year, from whatever, from inception. Only 20 billion is what we have done. And Asia does, whole of Asia does 126 billion in 1 year. So obviously, green bond is a relatively new concept in India. It is catching up slowly, but it needs a big fillip. More importantly, the overseas investors, the global ESG funds, they need to have the confidence that India is taking its climate goals or sustainability goals very seriously. And that is one of the reasons, which is my next slide. Government of India thought this is the right time, and this was announced in the budget by the Honorable Finance Minister in February this year, that India will go for a sovereign green bond. Sovereign means the green bond will be issued by the Government of India. So here it is. Government has just issued 2 days before this session, 2 days before, the Finance Ministry has put up a green bond issuance framework. Now, this green bond issuance framework is very important. Unless you have a framework which has to be consistent with the International Capital Management Association, I think. They have an association. It has to be consistent with their guidelines, and it has to be vetted, certified by a third party. So that has all happened. So our green bond issuance framework is certified. Government will raise a very small amount to start with, 16,000 crore. For the government, it is almost $2 billion, right? So $2 billion is nothing, but they will start with, compared to the gross borrowings that they do in a year. So this they will start with, but in the next few years, this amount is going to go to onwards of lakh crores. That is the plan. Currently, they are doing, many of the countries raise green bonds in foreign currency, right? But India has decided as of now that we will raise in rupee. Now, this is something that can impact the overseas interest. Why? Let me ask you this question. Overseas funds interest in a rupee bond can be less, or it can impact. Why? Just simple logic. Why a rupee bond is less interesting to an overseas investor, especially at this point in time. Absolutely. Today, the currency risk is at a multi-decade high. Why? Because interest rates are going up very sharply. You must have heard, not only in India, but also in US, in all the developed economies, because of which capital is flowing out, liquidity global is getting tightened, dollar is strengthening, other currencies are depreciating. So what has happened to the rupee? If you have noted, India rupee in the last 1 year, almost 1 year if you start from January, has depreciated by 11%. That's huge. Correct? So India currently it's a little moderated now, but it's around 82 average, 82 rupees to a dollar. Just 1 year back, it was almost 72, 73, if I'm right. So 10 rupees increase has happened. That is the concern of an overseas investor, because he will need the money in dollar, right? So his return, ultimately, if the rupee depreciates, will be negative. So for them, the currency risk is a very big factor, and that is one of the reasons why there is a concern on the interest from the overseas funds. But if they are able to get that fund, the cost of these bonds are expected to be lower. As I said, that these bonds have to be utilized for projects, and this will be, obviously government is raising, so it will be public sector projects, and it will to reduce carbon intensity. Now, just to give you a crux of it, what are the areas in which? Let me tell you, government has made it very broad-based, very broad-based. They have identified 9 categories where projects can be funded out of green bonds. What are those 9 categories? Renewable energy is obvious. Energy efficiency, which is you save on power. Clean transportation, obvious. You're talking about electric vehicles more and more, or maybe CNG. Climate change adaptation. This is what I was talking about. You need technology to identify threats to climate. You need to identify whether a tsunami is coming, right? You need advanced technology. That is climate change technology. You need sustainable water. Shilpa talked about how water is important. We actually today, there is an overemphasis, and it needs to be on air, on the carbon. But water is a major problem. I think people, you guys are all, many of you are from Rajasthan, so I think you understand the importance of water compared to many others. Groundwater level has, in many parts of the country, especially in North India, Punjab, Haryana, where very water-intensive crops are grown, because rains are not so regular, groundwater level has come down dangerously low. So every year, more and more power is required to pump water. This is a very serious situation. Water availability in India is going to be a big crisis going ahead. So we need more technology, more solutions for water management, pollution control, green buildings, obvious, sustainable management of natural resources and biodiversity. So these are the areas where this includes agriculture, natural resources. So all of these things are going to be part of the agenda of the government, where they're going to raise money as much as they can through green bonds and utilize it for these projects. Does it mean that before this no such projects were being done? No. Projects were happening, but it was with government's own funds, which they were anyway raising from the market or from their own tax collections. Now, the focus on these projects will be more, because there are some investors who are going to track that, look, I have given you so much billions of dollars for these projects. So the point is today, why is that issuance framework there? Issuance framework says you have to identify proper projects, you have to ensure the money is deployed there in a timely manner. Third, you are monitoring the progress of the project. And finally, assessing the impact of carbon emission. So all of these things have to be done. So it gives a much more seriousness to the whole purpose of sustainability. I think this is the last piece, which I will cover a little just for, I think, a little bit of awareness. Anirban, do we have time? A little bit, Choi? Okay, where are we now? Okay, so I will try to cover, because, you know, I talked about ESG risk assessment, ESG rating, just overall. This is obviously becoming very important in the overall scheme of things. We have been one of the pioneers in India who have started an ESG rating company, which is esgrisk.ai. Now, what is ESG rating? Just to give you some fundamental understanding. So ESG rating, as I said, I explained credit rating to one of you. ESG rating is also an opinion about, it is not about paying money back. It is about how a company is able to mitigate the risk associated with environment, social and governance issue that can have a material impact on the company's financials. So the point is, what are you doing to address environmental risk? A company is being asked. What are you doing to address social related risks and governance related risk? So how have you performed on all these parameters? So there is a detailed assessment that is done, based on which a scoring is done and an ESG score is given. Separate environmental score is there, separate social score is there, separate governance score is there. Based on, just to give you a sense, this is, just look at this detailed thing that we do. This is our proprietary taxonomy. We call it taxonomy. There are 1,000, when you say indicators, means 1,000 questions are asked. Their answers to 1,000 questions decide on what the scoring and the final rating will be. So indicators 1,000, key issue means these are all the last periphery that you see, those are the key issues. 35 theme, 19 category 3. 3 means E, S and G, correct? So on E, S and G is broken up into 19 themes, 35 key issues and 1,000 indicators. And all of this give us a sense of where a company is in terms of its preparedness on environmental, social and governance. This is a broad way to just explain to you, and I think these are just some, just to give you a sense. We have, as I said, we have already covered 1,000. And remember, this is based on public information, what we do. We have a separate website, a subscription site, where all these reports are uploaded. It's available to only subscribers. There's a very detailed report which is available on all these industries. There are 1,000 companies across 54 industries where all these reports, ESG assessment reports are available. By the way, we last month, in October 12th, I don't know whether any of you have noted, but last year also we gave awards. We gave awards to several corporates for their ESG performance. Now this is an exercise ESG Risk does every year. To the top scorers in their respective ESG in environment, social, governance, we are giving awards. So this time also we did it. If you want to see who got the awards, who are the best performers, it's all available free in public domain. You have to go to the website, asgrisk.ai. You can see that. This is the last slide. So this is ultimately why are people focused on ESG? Why are ESG funds, so many ESG funds, trillions of dollars have been garnered by ESG funds deployed. Why are they doing it? Because people think that ESG will outperform the market, ESG companies. So ESG investments means companies which are good in ESG. So what we did is we identified companies, a portfolio of companies which have good ESG score. Their ESG score is good. They need not be good financially. They may be good financially, but need not. That's not the, they need to be good on their ESG score. So if they are good in ESG score, then it is seen that every period you take from 2018, you will see that their performance is better than the Nifty. Nifty, you know what is Nifty, right? Nifty is the top 50 listed companies in India, as done by NSE. So you see the return from Nifty, you see the return from the ESG focused investments, which is a portfolio of good ESG companies. And every period, the return is better on these ESG investments. So very clearly, that it's the top 50 ESG companies. Very clearly, ESG is a theme that is going to remain. It is something that the government and the regulator is taking it seriously. Why? Just connect it with what we discussed earlier. That is, ultimately, we are threatened with climate change. We need to have a sustainable livelihood. We need to have a sustainable way of living. This is only possible when companies, which are an important part of our whole ecosystem, they also behave in a sustainable manner. They also conduct themselves in a sustainable manner. They perform well on ESG scores. And that is why ESG is so important to us, right? Every company has to think very seriously of ESG if they have to raise money going ahead from the markets. That's the crux of this whole thing. So sustainable finance, as I said, it is not an easy thing for India. We need billions of dollars, which is not easy to come. We need to attract, just I'm summarizing, we need to attract foreign ESG funds. Government of India has made an initial beginning. They have committed a framework, and they have said that we will monitor, we will raise money, we will ensure that these projects are completed, and it will have an impact. So Government of India is taking the lead, but private sector also has to do much more, not only for their ESG performance, but also in terms of raising money through sustainable ways. I think with that I just wanted to end. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. The light is coming once in a while. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. We are highly obliged. Now, it's time for the most awaited panel discussion round. The panel consists of a bunch of people who again are complimenting to each other. We would be introducing each of our panelist members through a short video.
The panelists are Mr. Ashok Imani.
Greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. With that quote, we would now introduce you to the man who himself is working day and night to make and build a better future.
Mr. Ashok Imani, Principal, ESG, National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, experience of more than 23 years in the field of infrastructural development, specialized in environmental sustainability, environmental monitoring and evaluation.
For a sustainable future, NIIF has invested in projects like renewable energy platform IANA and also anchored the creation of Green Growth Equity Fund as they believe that India's economic growth and climate change goals are complementary to each other.
Let's call for action by financing their green future.
Sustainability is no longer about doing less harm. It's about doing more good. A warm welcome to Miss Smrita Ma'am, who is a BFSI professional with experience across sustainable finance, ESG, impact investing, business strategy, and research project management. She is a Prince 2 certified in project management and holds MBA in finance. At present, she is working with Octus ESG. Octus was founded in 2020 by Namita Vikas. Octus ESG is a global sustainable finance and ESG advisory firm which stands at the intersection of finance, investments, and sustainability. We are glad to have you here.
Sir Weber has a strong expertise in climate financing space built while working on the design and development of financial instruments over the years. As a program lead at the Council, his work focuses on financial analysis and modeling and risk analysis. Currently, he is working with the Council Center for Energy Finance to bridge the existing information asymmetry on energy finance. He develops financial solutions and provides a simple analysis of existing issues for a wide spectrum of audience. Prior to joining the Council, Weber worked with the Climate Policy Initiative and Care Ratings, where his work focused on designing an analysis of
Sustainability is no longer about doing less harms, it's about doing more good. By this quote, we, the fraternity of School of Business, welcome Sir Labanya Prakash Jeena among us.
He is currently working as Regional Climate Finance Advisor, Indo-Pacific Region, the Commonwealth Secretary.
Lavanya Prakashina is a manager in Climate Policy Initiatives, New Delhi office, where he focuses on research and consulting activities related to policy, regulation and investment aspects of green financing.
Commonwealth Secretariat is the intergovernmental organization that supports member countries to achieve the Commonwealth's aim of development, democracy and peace.
So, we would like to welcome you, sir, by giving huge round of applause.
Hey, do you know about GIZ?
Yes, I know. I will give you a brief introduction about it.
GIZ is a federal enterprise with worldwide operations, support the German government in the field of international cooperation for sustainable development. Sandeep Bhattacharya Sir is an advisor for climate change. In his current position, Sir is responsible for strategizing and executing Climate Bonds Initiative (CBI) efforts to drive the development of South Asian green finance market and thus CBI stakeholder engagement in the country.
Let's have an expert advice.
We welcome you, sir.
Rakesh Bhutoria was a part of a team with representation from RBI and NFRA for sustainable financing ideation in the run-up to COP26. In his banking career, he was an MD and head of large corporates for Standard Chartered in India. MD structured financing with Standard Chartered Middle East amongst other senior roles with leading financial institutions. Presently, he is a partner with Social Venture and Partners India, based out of Mumbai.
Panel discussion, Mr. Rakesh Bhutoria.
We would like to call upon Rakesh Bhutoria sir on stage.
Hi, everybody. while we get started with the panel discussion in a minute, can we have a huge round of applause for this wonderful audience, for yourselves? For all the students and faculty for putting together this terrific symposium. And that is the real reason why all this bevy of experts are actually here. I'm sure each of them will agree that they have decided to spare their time for such an eagerly learning-oriented audience that we have here. So without much ado, now that the introductions have all been made, we'll get started with the panel discussion. Yeah. Can we have the Zoom screen on the bigger screen, please? And I can see Ashok, Vaibhav, Sandeep, and Smita. Yeah. So I guess all the panelists are also able to see the audience here. Can you just show me with a fist on the screen, please? Yeah, thank you. Okay. The way we are going to run this panel is basis some discussions that I've had with the panelists. Given that you all had a wonderful set of sessions in the morning, we will pick up a few themes with each of the panelists. And I will talk about that theme before I get into a conversation with the panelists. Spend about 10 to 12 minutes with each of the experts here and try and cover a very wide spectrum of dimensions around sustainable finance. So you already have the full context with some wonderful conversations earlier in the day. So we will straight away dive into the subject. And I'm going to kick off with Lavanya. His screenshot is not there on the big screen because as we speak, he's attending COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. So he's going to give us some live reports as to what is happening there. And I had a few conversations with him. We have yesterday kind of recorded a few very small micro clips, and we are going to play some of them for you here. Can we play the COP27 clip, please? I had asked him about, what are some of the big burning issues in COP27. And we all know it's about mitigation finance, adaptation finance, loss and damage funding. Developing nations are looking for the contributions, commitments from the developed nations. So you have it live from Egypt, from Lavanya.
I'm talking from COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and we can see a large number of delegations who have come from different parts of the world, and you will see a number of representatives for the government, the civil societies, and even to the media to cover the events happening at COP27. So like all other COP events, the developing countries and least developed countries, they have a high expectation from COP27 as well regarding climate finance. Surprisingly, I mean, it's no more a surprise, I can say, that the developing countries, they are expecting a lot of financial support in the last 10 to 12 years from developed countries to fund their climate actions. But unfortunately, that didn't happen, and hopefully the developed countries will fund their commitment from 2023 or so. So initially the target was $100 billion per year. The developed countries should provide to developing countries. But if you see the last number, it was around $80 to $90 billion. So that's not as per their expectation. But moreover, now the developing countries are expecting more than $100 billion per year from developed countries to fund their climate projects. Let's see how it goes. Moreover, there is another idea, actually another, I can say, opportunities for the developing countries. That's called loss and damaging facilities. Particularly, it is nothing to do with climate mitigation or climate adaptation. The developing countries, they need the financial support which is required to recover from the damages emanated from climate change related events. That damages should be covered by the developed countries. That part the developing countries are currently demanding. So we will see a lot of negotiations going on loss and damage facility. Hopefully that there will be an agreement, at least there is a consensus. So those kind of discussions happened last time at Glasgow, but there is no concrete actions taken. But this time we are hoping that there will be some sort of agreement between developed countries and developing countries on loss and damaging facilities. So another contentious area is on climate adaptation, because the amount of money currently flowing to climate adaptation is not enough to support the climate adaptation funding by developing countries. So the developing countries are expecting that a lot of capital will flow to climate adaptation, mostly in the form of grant rather than debt and equities, because most of the emerging economy or least developed countries, they are under tremendous stress, tremendous public debt stress, particularly after COVID-19, thereafter Russia and Ukraine war. So they want a lot of grant capital from developed countries. Hopefully the money will come in not in the form of debt from developed countries. The money will come in the form of grants or equity or so, where the sovereign governments of these countries, they will not come under pressure on huge public debt, which is basically ruining their financial system. Another point I would like to emphasize here, that developing countries are also expecting to get some kind of technical support, basically transfer of technologies to developing countries at a very, very concessional rate rather than at a commercial rate.
Panya has very brilliantly articulated. The real challenge is that how will developed countries support developing countries through grants and technical support. Now, many of the developed countries themselves are struggling, and therefore this is where the challenge is, and the quantum of finance and how to measure it, how to monitor it. So all these are complex issues, and that's why you have 200 odd countries debating this every year in a different location. But we are making some progress and things are moving forward. I engaged Labanya further on what are the innovations happening in this whole space. Innovation of financial instruments, innovation of policy, innovations in regulations. I mean, the whole ecosystem has to come together, as we can imagine, to solve a complex problem. So can we play the clip on innovations?
We have seen a lot of innovation in the financial sector concerning climate change in the last 10 years or so. The innovation in the form of developing new financial instruments or developing climate-related risk management solutions, which helps the financial sector to identify, assess and manage climate-related risks. We have also seen solutions related to policies and regulations, particularly financial policies and regulations, which will help the policymakers and regulators to identify those risks and come out with new instruments or new policy and regulatory instruments to manage this kind of risk, manage climate change risk. The private financial sector, particularly, they've come out new financial instruments like green bonds, like blue bonds, then transition financing, transition loans or transition bonds, which are helping particularly different industries, which are the proceeds of the money are going to use to decarbonize the economic system. Particularly the green bonds has been hugely successful. By the end of 2021, the issuance of green bonds have been more than $1 trillion, which demonstrate the success of a single financial instrument, which has helped the climate actions of different countries. Then there is another financial instrument, I can say, ESG funds, although sometimes it is very controversial whether ESG funds is really helping in climate actions. Still, ESG funds, I can say, is a great innovation, which is basically raising capital, which can be used that can be used in climate actions or so. Then there are green equities or green bonds, and the success, although the success of these kind of instruments have not been like green bonds, because green bonds you will see that it's very clean, it's very transparent. The investors can understand that where the proceeds of the money are getting invested, unlike ESG funds, because those are not very transparent enough to help the investors to understand that where the proceeds of the money are invested, whether it's really helping in climate actions. But we have also seen a lot of innovation, as I said earlier, in the policy space and the regulatory space. Particularly in the regulatory space, we have seen innovation regarding disclosure, particularly climate-related risk and opportunities disclosure. There are several institutions who have come out with a new disclosure reporting framework, which will help the investors to identify the risk and opportunities associated with companies which are listed in the stock market. Even if there are some global standards like there are some global standards related to disclosure. For example, here in India also, we have Security Exchange Board of India. They have come out with a new disclosure framework, which will help investors in understanding the kind of risk related to climate change the companies are currently they are investing. Then we have also seen that the financial regulators like central banks, they have also come out with a regulatory mechanism like stress testing, because they are asking the regulated entities like banks and other financial institutions to stress test their assets against climate change related risk. And stress testing, which were used before during financial crisis in 2008 and thereafter, but nowadays the regulators are also asking the regulated entities to do the stress testing against climate change risk. Another critical point is the role of board of directors, the role of top management concerning climate change, because their role should be defined and they should be accountable to that. And the regulator want the companies, particularly in the financial system, both banks, pension fund and insurance company, they should define the roles and responsibilities of board of directors and to the top leadership and make them accountable to incorporate climate change in their decision making. At the same time, there are some voluntary actions are also taken by the regulated entities like pension fund and insurance companies, as well as banks. So they have started integrating climate change in their lending and investment decisions, which is very critical. And there are some private agencies, particularly the ESG credit rating agencies, ESG rating agencies. They have come out something called ESG rating, so which is also helping the bond investors in particular, as well as the equity investors, to understand the kind of risk, the kind of ESG risk, including climate change risk, the company is currently undertaking. Although ESG rating is controversial, because the correlation of ESG rating of different entities are not matching, but over a period of time you will see that the correlation of ESG rating among different entities will match in the future. But it will help the investor in understanding the kind of risk they are taking when they are investing in a company or so. So we have also seen innovation in terms of risk management solutions, which were earlier not there. So there are some technology companies, they are using artificial intelligence and satellite data mapping, which are also helping the investors in understanding where those factories of the companies are, where are the consumers, where are the supply chain, and how these assets of the businesses are exposed to climate change risk. And that will help the investors in understanding the kind of risk they are taking when they invest in a business.
So what you had here was Lavanya representing Commonwealth Secretariat, reporting from Egypt, COP27, sharing with us some of the biggest macro trends around this whole business of sustainable finance. So it was a kind of an overview. Some of the themes we'll explore in details with the other experts. And from the point of view of the students here, it is in this space of innovations, whether it's regulatory, policy, ratings, instruments, capital market activity. This is where your future opportunities lie really. So from your point of view, if you have a deep understanding of sustainability, or if you are doing a dual masters in sustainability management and you have understood the basic frameworks and the current thinking, over a period of time, you will be far more differentiated in any of these innovative areas as they develop. So that's a very important, I think, to my mind, a takeaway for most of the students here. Okay, can we have a round of applause for Lavanya, who took time out of Egypt to really share all of this with us. Now moving on, I will now engage Smita. And Smita, as you all know, represents a global advisory firm. And what Lavanya touched at the fag end, that role of technology, he talked about AI. I mean, he just touched around AI. So that's the theme I want to go a little deeper with Smita around. And so Smita, welcome first of all.
Thank you very much, Rakesh, and thanks for inviting me. Are you hearing me properly?
Yeah, very clear. And what we would love you to share with us. What we would like you to share with us is demystify the role of technology in everything that we are discussing today, in terms of how, for example, new tech can accelerate decarbonization, and the various facets of technology which can be helpful when we talk of monitoring, measurements, or asset management, or what have you. Over to you, Smita.
Thanks, Rakesh. So when we talk of digital technology and sustainability, there are two ways one can look at this nexus, so to say. So one is using the technology to achieve the sustainable outcomes, or for example, climate-related action, like using IoT and applications in smart buildings or agriculture. And the second is how the technology itself is used. So how you can use carbon efficient. Can you hear me? Okay. So how you can use carbon efficient ways, for example, green data centers or green computing for that matter. So digital technologies are being used increasingly to measure sustainability progress, optimize the use of resources, reduce GHG emissions, and looking at a circular economy as well. And this becomes very critical when you talk of a developing economy context. So because such countries are more vulnerable to climate impacts, as Lavanya spoke, and also using such technologies to increase resilience and adaptation becomes extremely relevant. The financial sector, if I now come down to the finance aspect, the financial sector has been one of the primary adopters of technology. So fintechs, as all of you know, have entirely disrupted the way financial institutions operate. And digital technology offering transparency and robust data measurement, while reducing the transaction costs, can be one of the answers, to address the gaps observed in sustainable finance flows, which again, Lavanya was speaking about developed countries to developing countries. So look at green bonds, for example. I think the earlier speaker explained to the students on what green bond is, right? So they have traditionally been big ticket issuances, and challenges have been there around the use of proceeds traceability. Now, when you talk of blockchain as a tech intervention, so to say, so such issues can be addressed. So I'll just give you a couple of examples. So Japan came out, so the Japan Exchange Group, they announced a digitally tracked green bond, using blockchain technology. So basically they are like tokenized smaller units, which can, improve data transparency and data collection efficiency. So the impact parameters come directly from the renewable energy power generator, so to say. So the issuer is actually not involved in giving out the impact parameters to the investor. So that enhances transparency. So similarly, a concept called tokenization, where the larger unit is kind of broken down into smaller units, which can be subscribed by retail investors. Carbon markets, when you talk of that, carbon offsets can also be used in the form of, tokens, so that smaller investors can participate. When you look at IoT, Internet of Things and sensor-based technology, so that is becoming more relevant from a monitoring perspective, or even from a risk management perspective. That is on one side. I'm hearing a lot of echo. I don't know if it's a problem at my end or yeah, now it's okay. So then we talk about, regulatory aspects of sustainability. So tech-enabled innovations in the form of green regtech, is being used to ensure regulatory compliance. So for example, if a fund is actually, aligned with, say, the EU taxonomy or any other also emerging and becoming fast popular. So these allow retail avenues for, green assets or algorithm-driven green financial planning with little, or no human supervision at all. So for example, Bangalore-based, India-based, there's a startup called PICE, which kind of looks at the solar sector investments. So earlier, or rather usually, solar sector investments are restricted to large ticket institutional investors. So what this startup does is actually look at bundling these investment and breaking it down into smaller components where you and I can invest as a retail investor. So such instances demonstrate how the merger, of digitalization and sustainable finance presents a lot of opportunities, not just to scale and multiply green sustainable capital, but also, improve the transparency and the credibility around the whole transaction. So as next steps, institutionalizing some of these approaches will be key to kind of mainstreaming sustainable finance. I'll stop here for now.
So that point about the point about fractional asset ownership that you were alluding to, let me demystify a little bit for the audience. So, increasingly the world over, including in India, every asset using technology can be broken into small pieces of ownership. So today, if let's say you want to buy an apartment in Nariman Point in Bombay, now as a student you might wonder that no, this is beyond my means, maybe in future I'm going to do it. But what if there was a technological play by which you are allowed X percentage of a real estate in Nariman Point, even as low an amount of technically 1 rupee, let's say, with all the title deeds and all the rest of the stuff in place, using blockchain and so on. So I hope you get a sense of the power of that application. And this is the kind of application she's alluding to as one of the instances. So if you can do this, then you can also raise a lot of retail funds for a lot of green end uses, because you can break the asset into a fractions which are affordable by retail investors. And there is massive work happening globally. So I like to believe, and Smita, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that it's a matter of no more than maybe a couple of years before we'll see some sizable such issuances in India itself.
The starting point is when you see so many startups, mushrooming with these innovative ideas. Again, innovations going back to what Lavanya was talking about. And these instances which you are referring to can soon become, within this decade, the crucial decade, as you call it, to get in those innovations within the financing system.
My next question to you is that, at the end of the day, the Indian financial system has to be stepping up its game in terms of being able to provide finance where the end use goes into green usages or are linked to KPIs and whatever it is. So institutionally, is the Indian financial system up for it in the truest sense of the word, with the urgency that it demands?
It's very, very relevant question actually. So India, for a country like India, the case is very clear for, what happens if you don't, look at these things. So I was reading somewhere some stats, about how the country stands to lose about $35 trillion by 2070 on account of climate inaction. So when you don't do anything. So beyond ESG, I think climate risks have emerged as a business priority for banks and financial institutions, and that As a result, the pressure to on the financial institutions to pivot to ESG, sustainability, climate, etc., is certainly beginning to build. I'd just like to put out a small instance. So, Optus ESG, we undertook a landscape analysis as a part of a larger project we did with the UK government on understanding the current market trends and awareness levels, the preparedness levels within banks, within financial sector. So this was, there was a deep engagement with about 10 private and public financial institutions in India, including most of which were banks. And what became exceedingly clear, from the findings was that there are a lot of gaps in ESG and climate expertise, where most do not have, specialized board or management level expertise in this space. There is also a demonstrated shortfall in expertise within the risk and credit teams, with little provision for climate training. Outside of ESG sustainability in the broadest sense, and looking at it from a CSR perspective, looking at how you can look at integrate this within the credit aspects or the risk management aspects was clearly missing, and so this gap kind of is quite critical, I would say, quite imperative to look at it as a huge gap within the system itself. There is relatively higher engagement on social and governance risks, and that could be because of the highly regulated governance requirements or CSR laws. But when you look at it from an environmental or a climate perspective, again, there were gaps. As a result, only few of the participating institutions disclosed these aspects when we took up the survey. And data availability, data collection tools, understanding of frameworks, etc., were cited as some of the major challenges. So these findings, and I think even RBI had undertaken a survey earlier this year which spoke of similar results. So these findings speak of the need of a broader culture, of ESG and climate integration within the financial system. So overall, at least in a country like India, there is a strong desire for a regulator-led ESG and climate integration. So the sentiment was more like, if regulators are going to come up with these as regulations, then we will do it. The opportunity to create businesses out of making it a business case, rather than looking at it simply from a risk management point, that is another fulcrum which can, push ESG integration within the banks. So in a sense, Indian banks and financial institutions are, kind of starting to recognize this, but there is a long, long way to go. So RBI has come out with the recent climate risk discussion paper. That is just a nudge, but I think there is a long way to go for Indian banks to kind of recognize this.
Since we touched upon climate risks, I cannot ignore the fact that women are the most affected segment of the population because of climate risk at a very macro level. So really my question is therefore that how does or what are some of the policy imperatives which would make sustainable finance more accessible in an equitable way? So first of all, sustainable finance is, as we have been discussing, there are huge funding gaps. But whatever is available or will be available in the short run, how to ensure that that piece is equitable in terms of access, specifically for the worst affected of the gender group, especially in terms of climate risks. So what are some of the challenges and opportunities in that space?
Sure. So I think, see, as it is over the years, women have been disproportionately impacted on account of gender stereotypes, so from walking long distances to get water and firewood, or inhaling toxic kitchen smoke, so to say, if you break it down very simply. And this trend of immutability reflected when we, speak of climate impacts. So for example, 80% of those displaced by climate-related disasters are women and children. And that's just one problem, scratching the surface of a huge list of problems which can affect women because of climate. So there could be increased homelessness, poverty, sexual violence, health issues, these kind of things. Now, so in fact, just before I move on, I was reading somewhere that after the cyclone Amphan hit India, the Sundarbans witnessed a sharp spike in the number of child marriages. So girls were getting married off even before they reached the legally allowed age, because of parents could not, they were, it resulted in homelessness, right? So they wanted to marry off the girls. So these kind of examples establish that not only gender and climate are kind of very closely intertwined, but also that the brunt of the climate crisis is felt harder by women. So when you talk of sustainable finance and women, the intersection of investments, climate change, and gender equality, it's an emerging topic. It's not really gained a lot of attention, so to say, but raising awareness and building that momentum, for gender responsive financing needs to be the way forward to promote how women are looked at, in this entire space. Now, along similar lines, investors have also started looking at this as a business case. So if you look at the recent increase in, integrating gender related aspects into investments and decision making, for example, gender lens investing, so to say, it's becoming a notable strategy. And so there was some survey which was done by Wharton Social Impact Initiative, which found that the number of gender lens funds have increased considerably over the past half a decade, and between 2020 to 2021, there was a 50% increase. So even if you look at the ongoing COP, investors have called for looking at merging, or rather incorporating, gender equality into climate finance. So I think what investors are looking at, bringing on a new lens in their investing portfolios, the way of investing. And similarly, financial products need to cross those gender lines and approach women as individual clients, rather than looking at him as a more risky proposition. In fact, when you look at microfinance, about 85% of the borrowers are women, and there have been proven track records which are better than how men repay, so to say. So this looks at lower portfolio at risk, lower write-offs, lower credit provisions, these kind of things. So even financial institutions are innovative products that are targeted towards women. Blended finance facilities are being set up. So there, for example, in Gujarat, in the Run of Kutch, there was a blended finance facility which was set up by a leading financial institution some time back, which looked at women farmers, women salt pan farmers who are majorly women, and how their repaying capacity can be improved, how their income can be improved, these kind of things. And higher savings were accrued by reducing, diesel consumption. So looking at innovative structures to increase the income in the hand. So these kind of interventions help in breaking the vicious circle of increasing debt, increasing income inadequacy, and improving affordability and availability of capital. So there are also bond structures, across the world. So Women's Livelihood Bond, by the Impact Investment Exchange, was the first gender lens and impact investing instruments to be listed on a stock exchange. It was listed in the Singapore Stock Exchange. So these kind of market innovations are very good examples of how slowly the whole issue of women and climate are kind of getting mainstreamed. I'd like to stop here.
Thank you, Smita. A big round of applause for our expert here. So up next, I wanted to engage with Vaibhav. And as you all know, Vaibhav is an energy transition expert working for the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Hi, Vaibhav. Welcome to the symposium. And my question to you is, would you like to paint a broad picture of the entire landscape of energy transition in India? And just to kind of lay the canvas, if you like, and then we can go a little deeper into some more segmental discussion.
Sure, Rakesh. First of all, thank you for having me. But am I audible? Yeah, thanks. So starting, if I talk about India per se, we can talk of three transitions that are undergoing in the space of sustainability out there. I can hear an echo, sorry. So first is the the power transition or the electricity system transition. That's quite advanced of all the transitions that's happening out there, where you could see a lot of green bonds we were talking about, the Suman was talking about in the earlier session. So where a lot of finance flow is coming up and where we could see a lot of capacities are being built up. And most of the sustainable finance is flowing into it. So if you look into the parliamentary report out there from the last year, it said that India needs somewhere around $20-25 billion of sustainable finance investments, and this is the sector that is attracting the most of it. So somewhere around $10 billion to $15 billion are flowing into it, and we are rapidly adding 10 to 15 gigawatts of new capacities every year. If I talk about the another transition is the mobility transition, that is far more consumer facing and is happening at a, I would say has is more evolved than the other transition, the industrial transition that we can talk of in the later stages. But this is where it's more consumer facing. And if you look at the penetration levels of EVs, per se, they have been increasing at a very rapid pace in the recent years. So last year it was less than 1%. Today it's more than, the last month it was 6% in terms of sales of new electric sales. So this is where you could see how a large number of vehicles are being bought up in EVs, and it's majorly being driven by the lower operating costs. So not based on the, majorly based on, I would say, their sustainability impact, but majorly because EVs usually have a low operating cost that makes them most cost efficient basically for commercial operation. So you could see many larger cities, you could see Amazon, Flipkart fleets being using these type of vehicles for supplying their couriers or the handouts. And the third transition I can talk about is the industrial transition, which is the most recent of all these, and is sorry, I am again hearing industries, as you would have seen in earlier. Okay, so it repeats. Around contributes around 20% of the emissions into the entire mix, and so they allow you to. In India, majorly it comes from the steel industry, or it could be the cement, it could be the other bits around. Majorly, these are the sectors which are contributing to the emissions and where the progress is yet to begin. And you could see a few green shoots that are in the form of sustainability linked bonds. A few cement players have come up. So these allow you, because to give you an example, steel in India, the steel on a player and on an average produces 2.6 tons of carbon dioxide emissions per ton of steel. And if this has to be brought down to somewhere around 0 by 2070, a lot of investments will have to flow in starting today. Why? Because a blast furnace lasts for 40 to 50 years. So you will have to see that you start making investments into those type of technologies because of the long gestation periods, and it is the least evolved of all the three transitions. And we can talk about the other green hydrogen and bits and their suitability about. So this is how these three transitions are moving, and it's basically electrification of as much systems or productions as much you could do, and otherwise moving to non-carbon based fuels. So
yeah, so I wanted to seek your sort of kind of a descriptor in terms of how the energy transition in the solar sector has evolved for India, because that is kind of often touted as one of the relatively success stories from an Indian perspective. Still a long way to go, but still quite successful in having achieved several milestones and global alliance and all of that. So if you can describe that as to the various stages of how it evolved, what were the policy levers, and some of the implementation dynamics around it, that would be really wonderful.
Surely. So I can talk about solar. So solar, if we see, it started building up. The first projects came in 2012, 10 and 12, and today we stand at somewhere around 60 gigawatts of solar. And every year we are adding lots and lots of solar, so more than 10 gigawatts. So last year we added more than 10 gigawatts, almost 12, 13 gigawatts of solar. And as you rightly pointed out, it is being touted as one of the most success stories. So last year, we came out with the report that tracked 165 projects in the field of solar as well as the wind. And we found that of these 100 were from the solar industry, that the credit rating has moved from somewhere around B in 2012 to somewhere around A, 60% of the projects being AA in the year 2021, and most of everything was above triple B. So this is how the credit risk of these projects have moved. And this is not just the older projects, but even the newer projects are being rated so highly. So this is where the credit risk or the perception of credit risk has moved. And this is because of a lot of policy moves that allow de-risking of the sector. When you look at the electricity systems, it's generally made up of three parts. One is generation, one is transmission, and the third one is distribution, or the consumer facing. Most of the students would be getting the bills at their homes. So generation supply their electricity through transmission grids to the distribution sites, and distribution sector in India is not in a very healthy space. So for every unit of electricity that these discoms supply, they are losing around 20 or 30 paisa. And in India, we supply around, in this year, we believe that we would be supplying around 1600 billion units. So 1600 billion units into 0.2 rupees is the loss for the year that the discounts would be making. It's 20 paisa, 25 paisa. So if these generators would be supplying all their electricity to only these discounts, so you could understand the challenge any generator would be facing. So Indian government, through a host of innovations like setting up an intermediary like Solar Energy Corporation or NBV, and so a subsidiary of NTPC, that could ensure that the payments were slightly on the timely side, took away a lot of risk. And then there were, since we are talking of projects that have a gestation period of 20-25 years, procuring land, so which is one of the larger issues, through setting up large solar parks or making sure that these projects were de-risked. And the result is that we could see, if we talk about the large five solar players, and if you look through their balance sheets or whenever you get a chance, you will find that most of them are owned by foreign pension funds. It could be the Canadian pension funds, or it could be the Mazdars of the world, where they have invested a lot of money into these. Or even Ashok can talk about NIF, bringing up Avada and others. So a huge, and similarly on the credit side, since project is roughly 75% or 80% is debt, I talked about the credit side of it, where they are almost at AA or A range, where the risk is slightly is believed to be one of the lowest in the projects finance space. If you consider how the generators or private players in the coal had been operating, so this is one of the lowest in the recent history, I would say. So solar has really been the face of renewable energy transition in India. And we can talk about why wind did not work, or we can talk about that we need to reach around 420 gigawatts of wind and solar combined by 2030. So if we break up the 500 gigawatts, it's basically 280 gigawatts of solar, 140 gigawatts of wind. And so there is miles and miles to go, but this is how the solar or the wind is currently placed.
So in the early stages of development of the solar sector in India, I remember that one of the big risks was that the obsolescence of technology, or rather the cost of technology, was falling literally every year drastically, whereby therefore the newer players would be at a significant advantage versus the older players, and that created a different dynamic. So just taking a cue from that, the question really is a bit macro, that when we are talking of lot of new technological innovation in various sectors to support the principles of sustainability, this sort of dynamic can come up again and again in the nascent stage of a new technology. So any thoughts you have as to how that can be mitigated by the developers, or from a policy perspective, or any innovation of risk management solutions which can obviate that risk to some extent at least, so that technology evolution can move much faster at the ground?
Again, I can take the example of solar over here. So back in 2012-13, the solar tariffs were around 15 rupees, 20 rupees, or even higher. And today they hover around 2.3 rupees INR. But if you look at, there were a few policy movements like RPO obligations, where you were made sure that these discoms had to buy a certain portion of their power through solar, wind, or any other renewable sources based on how the RPOs were defined at that point in time, and they were given a trajectory. So these RPOs made sure that these guys had to buy power for the next 25 years, and adherence to these agreements is something that is the most important point, because if you look, the students might have seen something around Andhra Pradesh trying to renegotiate the agreements or the power purchase clauses out there. So this is where the visibility or the central MNRE is standing up for something like this, made sure that even the projects, the Gujarat has many projects that are at rupees 17, are still producing power and are viable, and they are making money for both the investors on the side, the debt investors as well as so this is something, making sure that the policy holds on for the next period is something that has really worked. And if we talk about the cost to the consumer, because India is a very cost to their addition to the entire mix was very small. So if the weighted average cost increase in the tariff to the consumer, that could be hardly a paisa or 2 paisa, and which is really not felt in the entire mix. So this is, if we talk about hydrogen or any other new technology which has steep learning curves, or you can make sure that there something sustainable level of targets are made, which can allow you to imbibe those costs of learning as well as those elements into the system, while making sure that it is taken up, just like solar or wind. So this is where I feel something had been really working well for India.
Thank you very much, Weber. Big round of applause for Weber, please. Up next is Sandeep. Hi Sandeep, welcome to the symposium.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Not very clear, Sandeep.
Yeah, even I'm getting a very muffled. So,
Maybe Sandeep, you can try with your video off. The bit is taking more.
Hello, is that better?
Yeah, little better. Maybe, do you want to speak straight into the microphone?
Sorry, could you... Okay, my microphone is very close now. Is there a muffled noise or is this an echo? What is it?
More buffering, I think. So maybe you move it a little further, I guess.
Okay, now is this okay?
That's better, Sandeep. So let me get started. Sandeep works at the intersection of business, overall macro environment and finance. And he has been working for a while now in terms of the climate bonds initiative to develop the green finance market in India. I want to engage Sandeep on how the municipalities around the country, because they need massive dollops of capital for doing a lot of public good infrastructure investments. And a big beginning has to be made so that that whole market opens up and those investments actually happen. And if many such investments across major cities start happening, it can create a massive upgrade to the national infrastructure overall situation, as well as sustainability objectives and so on. We unfortunately in India don't have a developed municipal bond market of the kind that developed countries have. But there is a lot of good stuff going on. And Sandeep, therefore, can I request you to share with us, again, the journey you have had in terms of trying to develop that space. What have been some of the challenges, key milestones achieved? What can we look forward to? And maybe you can give us illustration of any particular municipality which has been reported in the media, which is likely to come up with certain green bond issuances sooner than later. Over to you, Sandeep.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully this is now, so hopefully the audience bear with me.
Sandeep, can you remove the headphone and directly speak into the speaker? And meanwhile, I've been told that Smita has to leave for a meeting. So can we all say bye-bye by giving her a round of applause? And Smita, thank you very much.
Sure.
Sandeep, over to you.
Yeah, I've taken her, or was the earlier one better?
I think we continue with what we have. Just be a little slow. I think we'll pick it up.
And so I'm assuming that either the headphone or, but anyway, let me start. So what we saw last year was the Gazia came out with 150 crore bond issuance. Not audible at all, is it?
I think it's a network issue. Sandeep, if it's okay, maybe what I'll do is I will chat up with Ashok and come back to you. Hopefully things settle down.
Start my computer, it might be better that way. Yeah, for a while and come back.
So Ashok, welcome to the symposium. Can you switch on your I don't see Ashok on the screen. Yeah, I can now see you. So Ashok is a ESG specialist at the preeminent NIIF, and he's a practitioner in financing, investments and funds management and ESG due diligence on a day-to-day basis. So Ashok, I want to kick off with you to first help us understand that given your experience, vast experience with NIIF and previously with IDFC, and having dealt with a variety of different investors who are invested in your funds and the pool of capital that you use, and these are global players. They are global banks, global pension funds, insurance agencies, coming from different countries, geopolitical, geographic issues. But ultimately, for someone like yourself, you are trying to satisfy their requirements of ESG in a manner that makes everybody happy. Now, that can't be an easy task. So, if you can help us understand as how this convergence is happening, what do you see in this space in terms of the demands of the investors of different kinds, big and small, on a global basis that you have been dealing with?
Thank you, Rakesh. And I take this opportunity to thank Dean SOV as well as the audience who are sitting in front of you. It's really I felt very happy when I heard from Dean that this symposium is being organized. And I readily agreed to be part of this and wanted to be physically present along with you. But somehow, some other events happened and I had to cancel my visit to the campus. Nevertheless, thanks for your question. It's very interesting. And before I start, I just want to flag this one statistics which I read from Global Sustainable Investing Alliance on sustainable invested assets which are there under managements are about 30 trillion AUM, right? And interestingly, about 84% of the millennial investors who are going to own up this, inherit this particular asset of 30 million is looking for ESG performance. So for last 2.5 to 3 decades, I've been looking at ESG and in terms of how various stakeholders, especially in the banking financial services sector, the way they are looking at the environment and social aspects. So it's very important practically, the pass outs who are going to come out of SOB, they should look at this particular aspect of the entire materiality issue, right? Environment, social and governance materiality, which is very important, and the thread goes through that across all the stakeholders who you mentioned, right? Be it pension funds or regular investors or your institutional investors who have been looking for investing and taking it to new heights, right? You will be knowing there are investors who are dedicated to invest into commercially viable projects, but at the same time they have been requirements on sustainability, right? Sustainable aspects which are to be covered. And for the financial institutions, it is mostly the ESG aspects, right? So in this, how I satisfied, over these 2.5 decades, while interacting, be it with lenders or with the line of credits which we used to get, Rakesh, you might be knowing at IDFC, like IFC line of credits or the CDC line of credits or ADB type of credits which were coming into our system. And the focus of those were towards addressing the sustainability aspects, right? In terms of how we are addressing the sustainability aspects. So in this, what I have observed is what I want to share with the audience also is the standards which are there. It has evolved. When we started off in late 90s, it was about following some of the operational directives which were giving the guidance on identifying the ESG materiality, right? It is very important. When you do the risk management for your entire portfolio, or prior to getting that into a portfolio, the investment stage itself, the entire value add which can be brought from environment, social and governance materiality is very pertinent and very huge, right? In terms of like looking at various aspects. Like I was just hearing Smita, she was mentioning about transparency. I just want to relate it so that the audience there can really think in that direction and work for their the landscape in which they have to get into, right? In terms of like the transparency, the use of proceeds, traceability was something which Smita was mentioning. So how is it that important in a ESG framework, right? I will come to your question on investors, like what are the standards they are applying on us and how we are applying on to our portfolio investments, like how BFSI is putting those standards on their investments and all. I will take that up, but this is very interesting example which I found, right? Use of proceed traceability. So as Vaibhav also mentioned about the solar, like how the solar sector has leapfrogged and the current emphasis is on renewable energy. So the behind that, the modules which are getting from China, right? So you all might have read about some human rights violation, right? So when you have this supply chain traceability through your technology usage and looking at how the proceeds are going to be in a place where gross human violations are happening. So that is a social aspect which we need to pick up and bring into our risk assessment. That is important. So if you are not able to identify those aspects around the social, which you might be thinking it's like you have just contracted, your contractual agreements are fine, but when it comes to delivery of that after passing through various stages, it is the human rights violation which stands out, right? So in the entire solar expansion, this is a critical aspect which we have to focus. So how does we focus on that, right? So there are standards which I mentioned, like initially it was operational guidelines. Good international industry practices were put in place to identify environment, social, health, safety issues, and that's something is very critical for sustainability. And the entire government of sustainable finance hinges on that environment, social, and governance aspects. So until unless you have these aspects very clearly articulated through certain regulations, standards, we will not be able to justify and pinpoint on some of the issues. So nationally as well as internationally, good international industry practices are always available, and we have been using them through the investors requirement or through like as a good practice which was inbuilt within the system of financial services which we all work. So in that process, the evolution has happened over the years, a couple of 2 decades, I can say, like 2006 when firmly when we got the IFC performance standards on environment and social sustainability. So these standards have become the gold standards, and those have been adopted by all the investors, institutional investors, pension funds, your other investors who are looking to invest into sustainable linked investments. So, in good statistics, there are organizations which are propagating all these standards, and for instance, principles for responsible investing. So when they started in 2006 or 7, IDFC was one of the signatories at that point of time, right? The very first signatory from this continent, and we had at that by then, like when we started in '95, we were already having the initial environmental social framework. Management system was put in place, and the entire management was committed. So in that entire process, like when we became the signatory to BRI, they were like very few. So one of the statistics which I have is about 63 members in 2006, right? Having a asset under management of 6.5 trillions. And as of 2020, they have grown to 3,000 plus. And the asset under management with these firms is about 100 and plus trillions. So that is the enormity in which things are happening. Now coming to the standards, like what these investors are asking for, these are, as I mentioned, it's a risk approach which has to be taken up, impact which is coming out of your investment proceeds. How are you assessing those impacts? How are you identifying the materiality around those aspects which you take up, be it infrastructure or FMCG, manufacturing, any of them, like as Vaibhav mentioned, steel or any other industrial practice which is put in place. So across all these investments, ESG criteria are looked at. So the gold standard, as I mentioned, performance standards on social and environmental sustainability, they are very exhaustively done with lot of thought going into it, and the materiality aspect has been brought out across environment, social, and governance aspects. I will pause here and see what you have.
Yeah, thanks, Ashok. So, when you do ESG due diligence, of course, in some of the largest issuances, there's a different level of sophistication. But at the same time, we have to find ways and means of encouraging the mid caps and the small caps to also make a beginning in their journey towards sustainability. So, what are some of the challenges you see there? How do you see that space evolving in their path towards sustainable goals? Small caps, mid caps, the real, the underbelly of the Indian corporate sector.
So the thing is, like ESG performance has been the criteria across small and mid caps, right? In terms of the consumer who are asking for the sustainability aspect. So I will just take a small example. Like recently, so many startups have come up, and also some of the established ones in the small and mid cap section. So in terms of addressing some of the like environmental issues, right? In pollution abatement and water management, or for instance, in terms of your scope 1 emissions, which are more related to the business which are being put by these companies. So in this entire case, there is a demand which is going on to them that we want the end product which is sustainably manufactured. And with that, all these companies are moving towards satiating the requirement and bringing in various changes within the system by following the policies and management systems. And in this entire process, the particular segment has worked upon, which was not initially the focus, but they have started bringing in the requirements through engaging with the various stakeholders like regulators also have been putting up in terms of various stakeholders have been together, and that's how the entire requirements on ESG are being put in place. So when it comes to like already lots a previous speaker, Mr. Chaudhary and all have spoken in terms of how this is very important for bringing up the businesses up to mark. In terms of the small and mid cap section, it's the willingness to do towards the sustainability aspect which are being captured, and that's propelling them to do much better in terms of in their business.
How do you feel is the commercial banking sector prepared to support transition finance for the Indian corporate sector? Not the large ones, because they can access global markets and all of that. I'm talking of, again, the back to the mid caps largely.
So there's like in terms of the VC investments which are happening, right? They are picking up on a larger scale, and with so much of emphasis on like in terms of how the entire market is being looked at, like in terms of the investments which are being taken up. There is a clear push for bringing up the sustainability aspects into the entire agenda and work around it. So, we did a couple of investments where from the very beginning, it's a journey which they have to undergo, and they have to accept on. They can't avoid, and they cannot say that ESG doesn't matter to us. So they have to get prepared and take steps in a manner that aggregate at the end in delivering on the ESG materiality. And by integrating that, they are able to demonstrate the benefits which they are accruing.
So friends, the whole concept of materiality, like in accounting, the same applies for ESG, and when it comes to measurement and what you want to really target, has been re-emphasized by Ashok, and a big round of applause for Ashok. Thank you very much. So back to you, Sandeep. I think now we have a much clearer line, I'm told.
Hello?
Yeah, it's better, I think, Sandeep.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so should I start, Rakesh, should I start on what your question was about municipal bonds? Yeah. Okay, so last year we saw the first green municipal bond from the Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation. It was around 150 crores. The students can do a search on that. Not much of information is available besides the fact that it powered some water assets. But if you look at municipalities and the urban infrastructure which is needed to support our transition to net zero, then there is a lot of things to be done. The charging infrastructure, the waste management infrastructure. You must have seen some news that the mounds of waste in New Delhi and Mumbai, and in New Delhi, the waste actually catches fire. So there are tons of things to be done. Even if you ignore the needs for climate change, it's tons of things need to be done. The waste management part needs to be done, simply because we can't live in cities where the waste mounds catches fire and the way they catch fire in New Delhi. And I'm sure we have such a high population density that this is close in every place. So we need the capital for waste management infrastructure. We need the capital for water. We need the capital for charging stations for EVs. And these are just some of the things that we need. For adaptation purposes, we will need stormwater drains. And this is not always capital intensive, but sometimes it's very design intensive. Like there was a news article stating that this year there was no flooding on the tracks of the suburban railway of Mumbai. And that was because of some innovative design. So it had a lot of design element which drained out the water and prevented it from getting on the tracks. So this monsoon, Mumbai did not have train stopovers. So these are the kind of expenses that are necessary. Are municipalities in a very good shape to be able to get everything in order? Unfortunately, except for maybe 10 to 15 municipalities, the answer is no. Very often the accounts of them come much later than what is acceptable for the capital markets. But then there are some good pointers coming out. You should soon see green bond issuance from the Indore Municipal Corporation. And this seems to be something, this particular structure seems to be something which is replicable. So what the Indore Municipal Corporation will do is they will issue a bond, and they have everything ready, the documents and everything, the bid documents of everything is ready to appoint engineering and procurement consultant and a contracting firm, which then can install solar panels on its water reservoirs. Now, every municipality has water reservoirs, and therefore for which it supplies water to its residents. So this seems to be something which is quite replicable. If the solar panels are on water, they stay cooler and generally the efficiency is higher. So the higher cost that you incur because of putting it up on a lake. So there has to be some poles which go down to the bottom of the lake which support it. It's not exactly floating on the lake surface. It's on the lake surface, but it's not floating. There's something holding it. So there's an additional cost for that, but that is overcome because of the higher generation, because the water keeps the temperature low, and also to some extent the sun's ability to evaporate the water is lesser. So even if you have extreme temperatures, the water doesn't evaporate that easily. This is likely to come very soon. This has been discussed since the year 2000, but is likely to hit the markets very soon. I'm aware that things are going on and they're at a very advanced stage. Now, once this is done, since this is a fairly profitable investment, I would expect other municipalities to take cue and get some of the accounts and everything else in order to replicate something like this. So arid areas in Rajasthan will have a huge application of this, because even if you save a little bit of water and prevent evaporation, it will be of great value. I would stop there. Hopefully I'm able to convey something.
No, so that's very encouraging that a bond issuance from Indore Municipal Corporation is coming up sometime soon, having started in 2000, if I remember correctly what you said. So, but then the subsequent issuances from competing municipal bodies hopefully will be much faster.
That's what is expected. I think what would be needed would be somebody kind of doing a sales job saying how profitable it is, and the fact that the grid electricity costs more because a municipal corporation is a commercial entity as per the classification of the grid, and they pay a lot more than we retailers do. The retailers are subsidized. Because of that, this is a very profitable investment, and the cost savings of the electricity generation are more than enough to pay off the coupons. So we did some, I remember some off the cuff calculations. After everything, after the interest and everything has been paid off, the annual cost saving, I think, varies from 4 crores to 7 crores. So that's a substantial amount for a municipal corporation. So if nothing else, if not the brand value, hopefully the value of savings, which is so easily visible, should do the job. So that's what I would expect, that maybe not just after this people will follow a queue, but then the news will spread that, because of this they're saving so much annually, and that will do the necessary job.
And I suppose that the pricing for green bonds vis-a-vis normal bonds is also very, there's a meaningful differential for most issuances, because the market seems to have developed into a mode that all other things remaining the same, if it's a green bond issuance, in the sense that the end use is for sustainability purposes, then there is a pricing benefit. But related question that I have is, some of the bigger green issuances are targeted for offshore issuances because of the developed investor base overseas. But in parallel, the GIFT City, which is a pet project of the PMO, is coming up big time, and they are positioning themselves as a offshore kind of a haven for issuances from large Indian players. What is your prognosis about the potential success for IFSC or the GIFT City under the unified regulator there, especially for green bonds?
City is supposed to be an offshore issuance center. Of course, it's diversifying into a lot of other things, including diamonds and whatnot. You hear a lot of things about it. But there is an attempt to make it a center for offshore issuances. Now, there is a little bit of relation to what you mentioned about the premium. The green bonds get a premium in the West. So that's why 90% of the issuances are in the West. And that's a market mechanism. There's a lot of capital there in the West, which can either be invested in green assets, or they can be invested in very low yielding securities. So because of this, there is a premium in the West. That capital, which needs to be invested either in green assets or in very low yielding asset, does not exist in India. So onshore issuances generally don't see that amount of premium. Now, the IFSC is trying to kind of compete with, say, a Singapore or a London as a center of issuance. Now, it has to some extent succeeded, but the success factors of, if you look at the green bonds issued from IFSC, it has been driven by tax incentives. So there is compared to other centers of issuance, there is a so-called withholding tax, which is not applicable if you issue by so much time or something like that. So that can start the journey, and let's see how it goes. But I also need to mention that an exact similar thing has been tried in Labuan in Malaysia. And of course, I don't think we hear much about Labuan, even in the international circles. It hasn't somehow taken off. So that's an exact replica of this. There's a so-called integrated regulator, and everything is the same. So let's see how this fares, and maybe a few more SOPs will do some of the job.
Thanks for that. So I'm going to close by asking you a final question, which is really, what would your advice be to our students here in terms of potential opportunities to, after they pass out of the program here and having understood about sustainability principles and all of that, what are some of the opportunities they can look forward to, given all that we have been discussing through the day?
Yeah, the markets are actually quite evolving from what they were, say, maybe 5, 6, or 7 years ago. Though we are behind the curve compared to international markets, we are behind the curve, but it is evolving. Now, we know that a lot of the large corporates have a so-called sustainability department, where most of the people might be thinking where the jobs lie, but things have evolved now. Sustainability has become so important that it is no longer confined to one particular department. So therefore, it is the skills and the experience which matter. So it could be a skill regarding putting up a charging station near a factory, or it could be about installing renewable energy small installations, or it could be about water savings. So there will always be a centralized job of a sustainability department, but the skills, applicable skills in every department, in nearly everything, is more the in thing as we go ahead. So you can think of targeting some of the sustainability departments or some of the new age industries which are coming, or even startups. Startups are very hot in India, and there is still not a unicorn in the climate tech space, but we should expect one very soon. So these are some of the areas which can be looked forward by the students here.
So potentially every job in the future will have an element of sustainability, and so in that sense every job will be a sustainability job, if I were to just kind of exaggerate a little bit. But on that note, let's give a very warm round of applause to all our panelists. Thank you very much.
Here and putting up with the technical issues.
Thank you, Sandeep, Vaibhav, Ashok, and to Smita and Labanya, who are right now not around here. But thank you very much, guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was a moment of extreme pleasure for all the students to witness such an amazing panel discussion. Special thanks to Mr. Rakesh Putoria for managing the panel discussion so well. Now, I would like to call upon stage the faculty coordinator, Ms. Riddhi Kalani, Assistant Professor, Modi University of Science and Technology, on stage, without whom the program could not be as successful as it has been. She diligently worked hard day and night to make this event a hit. Let's put our hands together and welcome ma'am.
Thank you, Shrestha. Before closing the program, we would like to announce the results of the winners of debate and essay competition which was conducted yesterday. To do the needful, I would like to call upon Dr. Rahul Singh Shekhawat, Assistant Professor, School of Business, on the stage.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday we had a very good, lovely audience who have been participate in essay and debate competition, and the winners for debate, there were only 6-7 students, but yes, that was a lovely debate between them. Any guesses who were the winner? Okay, you are bang on target. It's Neha Rampuria.
BCom second year.
We would like to call Suman sir on stage to give the certificates. We have been listening and doing ESG from last 1 week, and this is one of them thing which we were quite happy that student has taken participation, and they were really enthusiastic. There were almost more than 90 students who took participate in this essay and debate competition. So now the results for essay. There are two joint second or runner-ups we have. One is Mehak Motwani, BBA first. And we have Diksha Gupta, BBA first. They both are joint second. So
we call upon stage Rakesh sir to do the needful.
Come fast. We all are hungry. And now the first, we would like to call Dean sir, Suman sir and Rakesh sir to give the prize. All three of you. Any guesses who is first? No guesses? Okay, I'll tell you. She is from BCom Honors, first year, Sneha Gupta. Sanya Gupta, sorry. BCom Honors first. So these all winners are from first years. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
So there is a Native American proverb which says, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Sustainability is the topic of major concern these days. This is the moment of pride for all of us that we could organize an event that has imparted in the sense of financing sustainability and has improved our understanding of the same. We are more than delighted to have such eminent guests amongst us who could make the event a mega one. I, Radhikalani, deem great honor and privilege to thank and acknowledge the contribution of all those who worked really hard to make this symposium happen. Let me first of all start by saying thanks to God, of course, then Dean Sir, Director Sir for motivating us all the time. I would like to thank all my colleagues for their contribution, especially Rahul Sir, and all the students who could participate, the coordinators who could coordinate, and the disciplinarians who helped me out all the while. Thank you so much.
I would like to ask Suman sir, Victoria sir, Dean sir and all faculty to come on stage for a group photograph. With all the coordinators also.
चलना पड़ेगा.
Move that side.